You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez. The 2-2. Sandoval. In foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant. The Cubs. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check, hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Lions! Omaha! Time out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janis, does he stop it? Oh,
please. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top-selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it. But nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from we, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, they want to challenge. Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
GIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expected here, CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd.
Good evening, baseball fans. How the hell are you? Does it get any bigger than this? Braves and Mets. And that's going to take place here at 7:20 first pitch. We will have the call. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we will be coming to you live, bringing you play-by-play here, as we normally do on Tuesday and Friday nights. Now, we weren't here last Friday. I was out of town and talked it over with everybody. Long story short, we decided that we needed to bring the entirety of the Mets series to you. So we will be here tonight. We will be here tomorrow night, and we will be here Wednesday for a 12 p.m. I think it's actually 12:20 start. All three Mets games brought to you by yours truly. Looking forward to it. Braves sit just a game and a half out of first place, and a lot to go over since the last time been on the air, as the Braves ended up taking 3 or 4 from St. Louis. And look, if it wasn't for the stupid ghost runner rule, they might have swept them. Then the Braves go and sweep the Nationals, and they got that, and they got the last one in extra innings. Still not a fan of the ghost runner starting on inning number 10. I think that what they need to do with the ghost runner rule is at least give us a 10th inning. I could even be more swayed and more excited if you gave us a 10th and 11th. And then once the 10th and 11th inning are done and it's a regular season game, then at that point I could understand implementing the ghost runner rule. Because the ghost runner rule essentially is the equivalent of what the National Hockey League does with shootouts to give you closure to a game and not play all night long and basically tear up your bullpen. But in the NHL, they do have an overtime at first. And then if you do not have a score by the end of that overtime, this is regular season, then they go to their shootout. And essentially the ghost runner is a shootout. And I'm fine with it. I never want to see the ghost runner in the playoffs. That would be terrible to see a World Series or NLCS or whatever decided by a ghost runner, whether the Braves got the win or not. I would just, it would feel dirty. So, but anyways, we move on from that. Just want to put my 2 cents on that because I understood it when they did the 2020 COVID season, and I understood why it got extended in 2021. But 2022, it's time to go ahead and get rid of the ghost runner, or at least let's not start it until after the 10th, preferably after the 11th. All right. So the big news, I think everybody's aware of it. Robinson Cano coming to the Braves for cash considerations from San Diego. Now, look, he's not going to light the world on fire. Guy's batted 149 this year. think he has 1 home run in limited play. Started with the Mets. Then he went out west, had little play there. He was actually in AAA. But the Braves have slid him into the lineup. Robinson Cano is going to be batting 9th and playing second base. So what does that mean for the Braves? Well, first of all, they DFA'd Gosselin. And if Gosselin makes it through the ranks, there's a good possibility the Braves would bring him back into the organization. But he's out of options, so they didn't really have any other thing they could do. And let's be honest, Gosselin, though a good base runner and an okay hitter, the Braves were looking for a left-handed stick, or at least someone who can hit right-handed pitching well. And that's why the move was made. And then Ford, he has been sent down because he does have options. He has been sent back down to the minor leagues because Adam Duvall is back. Adam Duvall will be on the bench because of the right-handed Scherzer and how dominant he is. But you better believe if we have a lead late in the game, you're going to see Duvall in the game, or possibly if you get a lefty matchup with Rosario, they may pinch hit there. The starting lineups are going to look like this. We'll start with the Mets. It's going to be Brandon Nimmo in center field, Francisco Lindor batting second and playing shortstop. Alonso is their first baseman, batting third, and Kanya is batting fourth and playing left field. Now, Kanya is a big power hitter, a lot of swing and miss type of guy, but I mean, he can put a charge into the ball, and he typically gets the start towards the top of the order when there's a lefty. Now, you'll see it's shuffled a little bit later in the series, but he gets the start at the number 4 slot today. Escobar is going to be playing third base. You remember Escobar, if you remember in the playoffs last year against the Brewers, Escobar was a Brewer, and he's been an all-star, and he's been really hot recently. So he's going to be a guy they're going to have to keep an eye on. And he started the season out really slow. In fact, a lot of Mets fans are calling for his head. And about 2 weeks ago, he's really caught on fire. I would venture to say if Escobar had not played as well as he had over the last few weeks, because he had some big time hits in big spots, the Braves would be sitting in first place. That's how big of a deal he's been to that lineup. Luis Guillermo is their second baseman. He'll be batting 6th. And he is one of those gutsy guys, like every team that gets to the playoffs, any team that has any kind of run in them, they have a Luis Guillermo type of guy, and he is that for the Mets. He's a guy that gets on, he hits to contact, not a big strikeout guy. And though he's not going to necessarily scare you with his power, he can yank it out of the park. And he is a poor man's Ozzy Albies, essentially. Doesn't have quite the pop that Ozzy does, but he is a big-time factor in their lineup, and he'll be batting 6th. J.D. Davis, designated hitter, a very good slugger, is batting 7th. Then Jankowski, the right fielder, he gave the Braves fits the first time around. He is batting 8th. He's got a lot of speed. Got to watch him for drag bunts, etc. And then Thomas Nido, the catcher, is batting 9th. Now, something to be aware of with the Mets, as you just heard the lineup, there's no Marte. Marte is day-to-day with the groin strain. We knew he probably wasn't going to play tonight. Whether or not he'll play the rest of the series is kind of up in the air. You know, Jeff McNeil, although I don't believe Jeff McNeil plays in this game regardless, because it was the lefty, right? And he would not have an easy time against Max Fried. But Jeff McNeil is on the paternity list. So I think we'll probably see him by game number 3, maybe even by tomorrow night. But he's not available tonight for sure, and he could miss the entire series. And then the other thing is they just put their starting catcher on the injured list in McCann, and McCann does a great job behind the plate. He's not one of the better hitting catchers, but he's okay. He came over from the White Sox a couple of seasons ago, and I do believe that the Mets overpaid for him, but he went on the IL, so he's not going to be available for the series. And that's your Mets look. And the Mets sitting at 1.5 games in front of Atlanta, 2 in the loss column. They're going to be facing Acuna is leading off as normal, and Swanson batting second. Olsen will be your number 3 hitter playing first base. Austin Riley, yesterday's hero, 3 for 6. What an incredible game he had. He is batting cleanup and playing third. Ozuna's the designated hitter once again and batting 5th. Rosario is in left and batting 6th. Travis d'Arnaud is batting 7th and behind the plate. Michael Harris moves up to 8. And I don't know if I like that. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say they know what they're doing, and I need to keep my big mouth shut. But what I really liked about Harris batting 9th is he was batting right in front of Acuna. So there's no pitching around him, but they know they're having a problem in that spot in the lineup, and they put Cano at number 9. I wouldn't have hated if they had Cano at 8, to be perfectly honest with you. And we'll see what happens going forward, but that's how they're going to try to do it. I think eventually Sticker and company want to get Harris much higher in the lineup. And that I would love. When you're batting in the 8th spot, you're batting in front of Robinson Cano, and they can pitch around you, and a young hitter, even as great as he's been, a young hitter like Michael Harris that could get him in a slump, and that worries me a little bit. I do suspect that it's going to be a straight platoon situation at second base, and Cano will only start against righties, and he may not start against every righty. But obviously tonight, the big story is Max versus Max. We're maxed out tonight. Max Fried versus Max Scherzer. It doesn't get any bigger than this. If you're one of the lucky few who get to sit in the audience tonight, especially with a good view, you should be in line for a treat. I don't suspect either one of these pitchers are going to lay an egg. Now, you never know. Pitchers go out an average of 30 times a year, and they don't always have the right stuff. But if what they normally do is any indication, I can tell you right now, runs will be at a premium, and they're going to have to make sure that they are taking advantage of every opportunity that's given to them. When you look at Max Fried's numbers, now Max Fried struggled beginning of the year, so I actually believe that these numbers don't even do him the respect that he should have. He's 9-2 with a 2.52 ERA. That's nothing to sneeze at. When you consider the fact that he struggled the first two to three starts and has been rolling ever since. A 2.52 ERA actually feels ballooned to me. You don't expect Max to go out and give up more than 1 run over 6 or 7 innings. That's how good he's been. Through 107 innings pitched, he's got 100 Ks, 17 walks, which is phenomenal. 6 home runs given up, and his whip is a 102. 7.8 hits per 9 inning. I think if Max Fried keeps the ball in the yard, and the Mets are not one of the better home running hitting teams. I think the number I saw today was Braves have 48 more home runs than the Mets. So if they can keep them out of the home runs, not just tonight, but the entire series, Braves have a decent chance of not just winning this series, but they could really put a scare into the Mets if they pulled off the sweep. Now that's getting ahead of ourselves. But what you'll see with the Mets typically is they are a team that likes to put hits together, put rallies together, and get big hits in big situations. What has killed them recently is that they have not been hitting well with runners in scoring position. The Braves, on the other hand, they tend to go big fly. And if they're not going big fly, guys like Matt Olson or or putting them into the gap and clearing the bases. That's going to be the big difference between these two teams. Is the Mets typically, outside of Alonso and sometimes Lindor, though Lindor, I don't really consider him a home run hitter per se. He can launch, especially at the Braves park, but he's more of a guy that is, when he's doing his best work is when he is putting the barrel on the ball and getting and driving it into the gap. Kanye will put a charge into the ball, and guys like Escobar and Davis can hit the home runs, but they are not as proficient as the Braves lineup with that. So for the Braves to win this game tonight, especially considering you're going to be going up against Max Scherzer, who was phenomenal his first time back from rehab, pitched like 79 pitches, 6 innings of no run ball. I believe he only gave up 1 hit to the Reds, and we all know how the ball flies out in that ballpark. So they'll try to keep the ball from flying out of the park. They're few big hitters. You could almost pitch around some of their big heavy hitters with the Mets and put the pressure on the other guys. With the Braves, I think the biggest thing with the Braves is, Max Scherzer, he's got a 2.26 ERA, 55 innings pitched, 70 strikeouts, 11 walks. He's only given up 5 home runs. Now he's pitched half as many innings as Fried. So 5 is actually somewhat a lot, considering if you put him up against Fried's numbers. But the .88 whip is what jumps out at me with Max Fried. 6 hits per 9 inning. And what that really tells me is when the Braves get guys in scoring position, like a leadoff double per se, they're going to have to do the little things to get them home. You cannot go up there with the runner on second, nobody out, and not have the mindset of, I've got to get him over to third. It's great if I drive him home, but I've got to get him over to third so that the guy behind me can drive him in with the big fly or a deep grounder. I also believe you're going to see both of these teams very early in the game. If the situation is there, you're going to see the defenses playing in. And that's going to come down to pitchers making their pitches and what kind of defensive plays that the Braves and the Mets make tonight. I would say across the board, the Braves are a better defensive team, but everybody knows with baseball, it's anybody's game any given night. So Atlanta, especially when we get Acuna on or Swanson or Harris, even Rosario, you can run on Nito. Now he's not just god awful behind the plate, but he can be ran on. And I think you'll see the Braves try to put things together like that and try to push the envelope just a little bit to be able to look. If you can get a 2-3 run lead in this game against either starting pitcher, that's a tall task to ask to come back. So hopefully Max has his good stuff and has it working early. I'm glad of all the pitchers we've got that it's Max going to the hill against Scherzer. Now we won't see DeGrom this series. DeGrom is set to pitch, I think it's Thursday, in what could be a final preseason, minor league rehab start. They kind of would like to give him one more start. The problem with it is all of baseball, the minor leagues and of course Major League, they are on break next week when DeGrom should pitch that next time. And so with all that being said, they are going to kind of tackle that task. They're the Mets, for Mets fans out there, there's a good chance that they could just do a simulated game, or they could just wait until the following weekend for him to do his final start. But I think the Mets really want to get him back and going. So I kind of expect his final warm-up will not be in the minor leagues. It could just be in a simulated start just to get him ready to go for the second half of the season. And of course, the Mets, they are anticipating his return. When you think of when you can have Scherzer and DeGrom go back to back, those feel like win days for you every time out, right? And so there's been a lot going on where the Mets feel like they are very close to turning a corner and playing better baseball. But one of the things they've got to do is they've got to get DeGrom healthy. If DeGrom goes out there and pitches 2 or 3 starts and then gets shut down again, Mets fans are going to be jumping off cliffs. And it'll be interesting to me on both teams at the trading deadline. I don't think Atlanta would go for another starting arm. I think they would focus on maybe a little bit bullpen help and definitely some infield help, some infield depth. They're pretty good in the outfield right now. The one thing that keeps coming back to me that I think could be a real possibility is a guy that's getting a start in the All-Star game, but his team is way behind. The San Francisco Giants are 12.5 out of the National League West. The San Francisco Giants are 7.5 out in the wild card. And the San Francisco Giants have Jock Peterson. And Jock Peterson has played well. And Jock Peterson could be on the trade market. Remember, when he signed with San Francisco, it was just a 1-year deal. It was a 1-year deal. And wouldn't that be something if the Braves go out and get him for a left-handed bat in the outfield for the playoffs? And I do believe that that could be a real thing. Now, it's not as much of a need as it was last year because you've got Acuna, you've got Harris, you've got Rosario. And then to mix in from time to time, you would have Duvall. But if you could add Jock Peterson to that mix again, wouldn't that be something? Looking at the All-Star game real quick. So all the All-Star starters and the bench are in, and this is what it means for Atlanta Braves. Braves ended up, William Contreras is going to get the nod as the designated hitter in the All-Star game. And the main reason why he's getting the nod over a lot of other guys could have gotten it. But Brian Snitker knows how cool it is that him and his brother, Wilson Contreras, the Cubs, the catcher, will be in the same lineup in the All-Star game. That hasn't happened since the Alomar brothers back in the early 90s. But as far as the Braves starters, you're going to have Acuna and you're going to have Contreras. You are also going to have on the bench, you got Dansby Swanson. And of course, you also have Brian Snitker and you have got Max Fried. I think the biggest snub, and we'll go over the starters here in a second. I think the biggest snub, without a doubt, has got to be, to me, Austin Riley not going to the All-Star game. He's on pace for 40-something home runs, coming up with big play after big play. I don't know what he has to do to get recognized. Last year, I felt like he should have been the MVP, and he should have. They only went with Bryce Harper because he was a household name. If you looked at his numbers, they were very comparable to Harper, and Riley went to the playoffs. And down the stretch, Riley played big, and Harper did not. But once again, Austin Riley, I don't know if he's just too quiet. I do get that it's a very deep field at third base. You've got Machado and you've got Arenado. But I really believe, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned it, but Travis d'Arnaud is also on the roster as well. I feel like I missed that one. Travis d'Arnaud will be the guy that'll come in and relieve Contreras off the bench. Pete Alonso is on the National League bench from the Mets. Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies. Juan Soto of the Nats. So very well represented with the National League East. Starling Marte, well, whether he'll play or not, we'll see how he's feeling at that point. But He's missing in this series for the Mets, but he did make it to the All-Star game. The National League's roster pretty good. It's going to be catcher Contreras. Goldschmidt will be the first baseman. Jazz Chisholm, second base. Manny Machado at third. Trey Turner at short. And in the outfield will be Acuna, Mookie Betts, and then Jock Peterson. And I was a little surprised that Jock Peterson got enough votes to get in there for the third outfielder. But look, he's played a hell of a season. And we know defensively he doesn't belong in any all-star conversation, but he can swat the ball. And it's really cool too, because it's being played in Los Angeles at Dodger Stadium, where he spent so much of his career. But keep an eye out on that. We are just over 3 weeks. 3 weeks from tomorrow is the trading deadline, August 2nd. And there is a very, very good chance that the Giants are going to be out of it. They're going to be looking to sell their rental players, and one of them is Jock Peterson, who only signed a 1-year deal. And I'd be interested to see if they try to bring the magic back. The National League pitchers, I mentioned Max Fried. I don't believe he'll get the start. I think they'll probably give the nod to Gonsolin since it's being played in Los Angeles. Although I believe Max Fried deserves a start as much as anybody. If not him, Sandy Alcantara. Those are the three names in my book in the National League this year. It's Alcantara, it's Fried, and it's Gonsolin. If it's not one of those three starting, I would be very disappointed. Kershaw did make the team, although I don't know if he necessarily deserves it this year. I think there's a couple other guys that probably deserve it over him, but it is in Dodger Stadium. Luis Castillo of the Reds, he's going to be moved to the trade deadline, and he's going to bring a king's ransom. It'll be interesting to see who goes after him. I would think someone like the Boston Red Sox are going to try to pony up and get him. But look, don't put it past the Mets. Joe Musgrove of San Diego, phenomenal pitcher. And then your bullpen is going to look like this. Mantiply from Arizona, they get their one player in. Bednar of Pittsburgh, he's their closer, has had a good year. Halsey, the closer for St. Louis. Josh Hader, we all know how nasty he is, and the guy we hope we don't see this week. Edwin Diaz, the closer for the New York Mets, he has been absolutely filthy. I'm a little disappointed we didn't see Kenley Jansen get to go back to LA for the All-Star game, but being on the IL, I'm sure the Braves have no interest in seeing him go. By the way, if you're a Cubs fan, Ian Happ goes for the Cubs. I think he's the one guy I didn't mention. And in the American League, real quick, the starters are going to be Kirk behind the plate, Vlad Jr. at first, Altuve at second, Devers at third, Tim Anderson, shortstop for the White Sox. In the outfield, 2 Yankees and Mike Trout. It'll be Aaron Judge and Stanton alongside Mike Trout, and Ohtani gets elected as a designated hitter and gets elected as a pitcher as well. Jose Trevino is the backup catcher for the American League. Luis Arias, man, does that guy deserve it for the Twins infielder. He kind of plays all over, but more of a second baseman. Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, Jose Ramirez of Cleveland, Andres Jimenez of Cleveland, bit of a surprise if you look at it from the beginning of the year. George Springer of Toronto, Buxton of the Twins makes the All-Star game. How about that? Benintendi of Kansas City, Kyle Tucker, Houston, and a guy that I hope he gets quite a bit of playing time because the fans need to see him, J-Rod as they call him, Julio Rodriguez of Seattle. If you've not seen that kid play, he's been phenomenal. Alvarez makes it for Houston, but he just went to the IL. I don't think he's going to make it, so they'll end up putting someone else in there. And it's a shame because Alvarez, heck of a player, and that's the kind of guy that you want to see on the stage of the American League. And the pitchers for the American League, they're loaded as well. McClanahan from Tampa, Cortez, the Yankees, Manoah of Toronto, Valdez of Houston, Perez of Texas, Blackburn of Oakland, Justin Verlander, Garrett Cole. I would have Verlander start the All-Star game, by the way. He's just been absolutely lights out. Ohtani, I could see them. To me, it's between him and Ohtani. Because it's in Los Angeles, Ohtani might get the nod. Clay Holmes, these are your relievers. Clay Holmes of the Yankees, Class of Cleveland, Soto of Detroit, and Lopez, who's been phenomenal for the Baltimore Orioles. How about the Orioles and the Mariners both streaking 8 wins in a row? Both of them are now in the playoff hunt, which is going to be a fun playoff race in the American League. We weren't sure if we were going to get a playoff race in the American League because the divisions are slowly but surely getting salted away. The West and the East are done. New York and Houston, they're going to the playoffs. It's over. Minnesota's got a 4.5 game lead and a 5 game lead over Cleveland and Chicago, respectively. And if one of those two teams don't get it into gear, Minnesota could run away and hide. I know as Braves fans, we tend to just focus on the NL East, but if you look at the NL Central, Milwaukee 2.5 over the Cards, and the West is getting won by the Dodgers again. They're 8 in front of San Diego, 12.5 in front of San Francisco. So where the majority of the actual angst is going to be is not only who wins the NL East, the NL Central between the 4 teams of New York, Atlanta, Milwaukee, and St. Louis. But when you look at the wild card race, and they're starting to separate a little bit, you've got Atlanta at the top of the wild card standings right now. The Atlanta Braves are 3 games in front of San Diego and 5.5 in front of the third place Phillies. Now, of course, we're now going to get 3 teams in each league, 3 wildcard teams in each league. So if it ended today, it'd be Atlanta, San Diego, and Philadelphia. Philadelphia is just a game in front of St. Louis. They're a couple of games in front of San Francisco. And then the Miami Marlins are kind of lurking around there. They're within shooting distance. They're 4 back of the Phillies. That's not insurmountable. Now, you don't want to fall much farther back, and you don't want to have any other teams leapfrog you, but I think that's pretty much your National League race. So down the stretch, when you're a Braves fan, you're watching the scoreboard. To me, we're no longer just watching what the Mets are doing, what the Phillies are doing. We want to know, are the Padres losing? Are the Cardinals, the Giants, even the Marlins, are they losing? So you want to keep padding your lead so you don't have to sweat it down the stretch. If you're not familiar with the way it's going to go down, the top 2 teams in each league are going to get a bye. So right now it would be what the Mets and the Dodgers. And then the number 3 team, so the other division winner right now, we'll call it Milwaukee, they would host Philadelphia. And the reason why it's big to have that top wild card, not the bottom and not one of the bottom ones, the top wild card, which right now is Atlanta Braves, they would host San Diego. And we want to make sure we at least hold on to that. If not, go up there and grab the division. Because if you do have to play in that first round, all 3 games will be at one venue. So if you get the home field advantage, you literally have the home field advantage in the first round. After that, it goes back to the normal. It's a best of 3 the first round. You play all 3 games at one stadium, the higher seed. Then after that, it goes best of 5, best of 7, best of 7. So it's going to be huge. And Atlanta fans, I've been watching this, and I know you've heard me talk about this. There have been, since I'd say about a month and a half ago, right around when they started getting hot in June, I've been telling you where they sit in the wild card and the teams that we're chasing or chasing us are at. Because it's just as important that the Phillies lose as it is for the Padres to lose. And there you have that. All right. We're going to get ready for first pitch as the Braves and Mets are ready to roll. We're expecting good weather tonight. It's going to be in the low 80s. They're not expecting any kind of thunderstorms in the area to slow anything down. So let's hope that we get a great baseball game, and let's hope we get a W. So let's get ready for first pitch here on Braves Country Baseball. We're going to have Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday afternoon action. Let's go Braves.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Breed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, it proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you, Braves country? Good evening, friends from coast to coast. Pull up an armchair, girls and boys. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are live. The scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where the first place New York Mets come a-calling to the second place Atlanta Braves. The Braves just 1.5 games out of first place after making up 9 games in the standing since June 1st. Atlanta will send Max Fried to the hill today. He's 9-0 with a 2.15 ERA in his last 15 starts. And he'll be going up against Max Scherzer, who's 5-1 with a 2.26 ERA on the year, 55 innings pitched and 70 strikeouts. Max Fried 9-2 with a 2.52 ERA overall, 107 innings pitched, 100 strikeouts, just 17 walks, only giving up 6 home runs, and his whip is a sparkling 102. Gives up 7.8 hits per 9, on the scale at 6'4", 190 pounds, the left-hander from California. Max Scherzer, he's given up 5 home runs in his 55 innings pitched, a .88 whip, 6.1 hits per 9 at 6'3" and 208 pounds. And we are just about ready for Braves baseball. Braves, Mets, get you a cold one and buckle up, because this should be one hell of a ride the next 3 days. We are here. Told you I'd make it up to you not being here on Friday. We're coming to you live tonight, tomorrow night, and Wednesday afternoon, all 3 games of this Mets series. Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to be leading off for the Atlanta Braves tonight and playing right field. From left to right, it'll be Rosario, Harris, and Acuna. On the infield, it's Riley, Dansby, Swanson, and second base. That's the big story. Robinson Cano has been added to the Braves roster and slotted into the Braves starting 9. More on that in a minute. Matt Olson will be playing first base, Darno behind the plate, and Ozuna is the designated hitter. It's going to look like this for the Mets. The Mets come to bat first as the visiting team, and Brandon Nimmo is going to be leading off at center field. Francisco Lindor, the shortstop, batting second. Pete Alonso batting third. He is the 2-time defending home run derby champion in 2019 and 2021. Obviously didn't have one in 2020 because of the pandemic. And with that being said, he has announced he will attempt to protect his crown one more time out in Los Angeles. So he will be in the home run derby. Kanya is going to be batting cleanup and playing left field. Escobar, the third baseman, batting fifth. Luis Guillermo is the second baseman. He's batting sixth. JD Davis, the designated hitter, is batting seventh. Jankowski eighth in right field, and Nito behind the plate. And we are set for Braves baseball. Play ball and let it begin. And here's the first pitch from Fried to Nimmo. It is low for a ball. It's 1-0. Chris Segal is behind the plate. First base umpire, Andy Fletcher, Bill Welke at second, and Junior Valentine at third. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball way outside, 94 miles an hour, and it's 2-0. Braves wearing their championship uniforms tonight, all white head to toe with the gold trim around the red letters and navy around that red. Is the 2-0 pitch. That pitch is way outside, and it's 3-0. First inning jitters for Max Fried. Last thing you want to do is fall behind this Mets lineup. The 3-0 pitch is a cutter right down Main Street, taking for a strike. It's 3-1. Standing on deck is Francisco Lindor, the switch hitter. The 3-1 delivery is on the way, and check swing bangs it off the plate, foul, and it's a full count to the Mets leadoff hitter. It's 3-2. He'll throw a 4-seamer, a slider, a curve, sinker, and a change. 5 pitches in the arsenal, all pretty even, with the 4-seam and the slider his bread and butter. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and fastball top of the zone. That is another check swing by Nimmo. We'll do it again at 3-2. Lefty-lefty matchup. The New York Mets arrive in their road grays with the blue lettering and the orange trim. New York across the chest. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Max Fried, and swung on, and that ball is going to be knocked foul into the upper deck. We'll do it again at 3-2. Atlanta comes in a game and a half behind the Mets in the National League East. They are also have a 3-game lead over the second place San Diego Padres in the wild card race. Braves atop the wild card race. 3-2 pitch is a fastball outside, and Fried loses them for a free pass with Lindor coming to the plate. 1 on and nobody out. Not what you want to start the game, giving away free bases. Max Fried looked a little out of sorts. I'm sure a lot of nerves are there. Can the Mets take advantage of it would be the biggest question mark. It's 0-0 if you're just joining us. Braves Country Baseball, top of the first, and they'll set up for Lindor. The first pitch is on the way. It's a slider at the knees. And just inside off the plate. It's 1-0. Francisco Lindor batting .239 with 15 RBI. 15 home runs, 60 RBI, a .737 OPS. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and popped high and deep into right center field. Underneath it is Money Mike. And Mike Harris gets the out number 1 of this series. It's a 3-game series. As I said a minute ago, they'll be playing tonight, tomorrow night, same first pitch time at 7:20. And then it's scheduled for 12:20 Eastern for a Wednesday Businessman special getaway day. There are thunderstorms that are expected in the area on Wednesday afternoon. So be interesting to see if they have to change that start time or if there is a delay. That brings Pete Alonso to the plate. The big slugger steps in, righty versus lefty matchup. Max Fried kicks and delivers, and it's a curveball right across the plate and buckles Alonso. It's 0-1. Alonso batting .273 on the season. And if you're just joining us, he has said that he is going to compete in the Major League Baseball Home Run Derby again this year, trying to win it back to back to back. Big right-hander, ex-Florida Gator. And the 0-1 pitch. Fried's going to flip it over to first, tried to catch Nemo napping. That great pickoff play. He's underneath the tag. We'll do it again at 0-1. In that wild card race, the Atlanta Braves have a 5.5 game lead on the third place Phillies. So 3 teams are going to the playoffs. Atlanta with 3 games in front of San Diego atop the wild card race, 5.5 in front of Philly. After that, St. Louis, as the 0-1 pitch is sinker right there at the hands and over the plate. It's 0-2. St. Louis is a game back of Philadelphia for the final wild card spot. They are in action tonight. We'll keep you abreast of everything going on in Major League Baseball. Of course, the big one is here. And then, of course, Philly and St. Louis has a lot of interest. And outside of that, San Francisco's the 0-2 pitch is swung on, and that ball is foul down the right field line, but plenty foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. San Francisco 2 games behind Philadelphia for that third wild card spot, and the Miami Marlins have inched their way just 4 games back of the final spot. Max Fried looks in and taking a second to get the sign as he fires and delivers, and it's a fastball at the top of the zone, and it froze Alonso. He was looking for the local and got the express. Yak him. There's 1 away. There's 2 away. The first strikeout on the night for Max Fried. It was top of the zone. It's one of those pitches. If you're a Braves fan, you say, well, heck yeah, that was a strike. If you're a Mets fan, you're saying, what are you, nuts? But I suspect Chris Segal is going to have a very somewhat liberal strike zone considering the 2 masters on the mound tonight. The The first pitch to Kanya is inner part of the plate, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Looked like the slider that just clipped in there. Mark Kanya, 273, 6 home runs, 30 RBI, 746 OPS. The big right-hander, left fielder. He platoons quite a bit, but usually always gets to start against the lefties. Starlin Marte being out of the action may have him in the series all series long. The 0-1 pitch is high and a ball. It's 1-1. So the Robinson Cano news, the Braves received Cano in a trade yesterday afternoon, or actually yesterday morning. They got him on a plane quickly. It's for cash considerations from San Diego. He's batting 149 on the season in New York and San Diego. The 1-1 pitch is swung on, and that slider is going to be caught by Michael Harris in shallow left center field, and that'll end the inning. So Max Fried walks the first batter, but the Mets fail to score. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Acuna, Swanson, and Olsen coming to the bag.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
I love King Kelly. I just love King Kelly. It's one of the great stories, my favorite. Is a day when he was sitting on the bench. And the rule at that time was that if you wanted to substitute for a player, all you had to do was announce yourself. So a foul ball comes in the direction of the bench. Kelly stands up, yells out, "Kelly now catching for Boston." Catches the ball, and it's recorded as an out. This is the trickster. This is the villain. This is the fool. He is also a great player. He is all the wonderful archetypes of baseball wrapped into one. And he also managed to drink himself to death before he hit the age of 40. So that's also an archetype, alas, in baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves are facing Max Scherzer as he is getting set for Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna digs in from the right side, head to toe in gold. And the first pitch is a fastball inside. It's 1-0. It'll be Acuna, Swanson, and Olsen in the 1-2-3. Riley is your cleanup hitter, batting fourth. Ozuna batting fifth. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Ozuna, the DH, batting fifth. Rosario sixth. And Travis d'Arnaud batting seventh. The 1-1 is off the plate, wide, slider misses. It's 2-1. Michael Harris has been moved up to the 8th slot, and Robinson Cano is playing second base and batting ninth. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Acuna, fastball, outer part of the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. Braves nothing. Mets nothing. The 2-2 pitch is a slider off the plate, taken for a ball. It's now 3-2. Love to see the Braves work that count with Scherzer, but he does work pretty efficiently. It's kind of a fine line you have to balance. The 3-2 pitch from Scherzer is swings and hits it into center field, going deep on the track. but up against the wall is Nemo. He's got it for out number one. It was a fastball in the outer part of the plate. Acuna had to swing at it. And considering how far away that ball was from his body, he gave that sucker a ride. That brings Dansby Swanson to the plate, 302, 14 home runs, 50 RBI, and an 840 OPS. Righty versus righty matchup. And Scherzer kicks and deals, and it's fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Scherzer starting him off with the fastball. He'll rely heavily on that fastball and slider. He also throws a changeup, cutter, and will mix in a curveball from time to time. Scherzer gets the sign and delivers a slider inside. That ball is pulled foul. It's 0-2. Mets will play 3 games here in Atlanta, and then it's a 4-game series at the Cubs. The 0-2 pitch is down below the knees. Good eye by Swanson, a nasty slider. It's 1-2. Braves, on the other hand, we are heading to Washington for 4 after this series. That begins on Thursday. The 1-2 pitch is fastball, top of the zone, and Swanson knew that he got caught looking. Excuse me, that was the slider. I think I said fastball, but that was definitely the slider. He was caught looking, and he just walked back to the dugout. There's 2 away. That's one of those ones you don't even begin to argue. You know you were looking for something hard, and he threw something soft, or it might have been the location. So here comes Matt Olson facing the shift. The first pitch to Matt is a swing and a miss, 94 miles an hour, outer edge. It's 0-1. Matt Olson digs in and is set to batting 254, and he misses. Pitch on the outer edge, looked like the changeup, 85 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. Bottom kind of just dropped out of there on him. Scherzer working pretty efficiently, just the 13th pitch of the night, and here it goes, and he swings and misses, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and he'll sit him down. So it's a 1-2-3 inning. The Braves fail to get on base. Mets are coming up with their 5, 6, 7 hitters. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario, you get the smartest cat in the world, he still craps in your house. I'll tell you what, kitty. Instead of getting a cat, why don't we all just stop flushing?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I was a natural-born kicker, bent upon making trouble for others. I had an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever the opportunity offered. Cap Anson.
His real name was Adrian Constantine Anson, but those who cheered him for 27 years knew him first as Baby, then as Cap, and finally as Pop. He was the greatest player of his century. Anson played every position but pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics, then joined Spalding's Chicago White Stockings and became first baseman and captain. He batted over 300 for 20 consecutive seasons, drove in 1,700 runs, and was the first man ever to accumulate 3,000 hits. Chicago fans loved Anson, but his players did not. He was too stern a taskmaster for that, imposing bed checks, levying $100 fines for beer drinking, insisting they report for a new early season workout he called spring training. Cap Anson was the symbol, one writer said, of all that was strong and good in baseball.
We are back here with Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried fires in the first pitch. It's a slider inside to Escobar. It's 1-0. Escobar's got 9 home runs on the year, a 651 OPS. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and a rainbow over Riley's head, but foul, evens up the count at 1-1. Looks like that broke Escobar's bat. Escobar, if you remember, was with the Brewers last fall when we faced the Brewers in the playoffs. Escobar spent a lot of his career in Arizona. The 1-1 pitch, fastball, top of the zone, misses high, and it's 2-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Max Fried, Max Scherzer. It doesn't get any bigger of a heavyweight bout than this. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and that ball swings and hits it high and very, very high, but not very deep into left field. Underneath it is the third baseman, Riley. He's got it for out number 1. That was a major league pop-up. Tomorrow night, we'll have Spencer Strider on the hill against David Peterson. Should be a good one. Peterson has been in the Mets rotation for quite some time. The left-hander, the Braves have been able to get to him in the past. Guillorme comes to the plate and he takes the first pitch off the dish for a ball. It's 1-0. Four-seam fastball that missed outside, hitting the gun at 94 miles an hour. Guillorme just 1 home run on the year, but is batting .303, 734 OPS. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and hit down the line, and it is going to be a ground rule double as it bounces towards the stands, and a fan reached out and grabbed it. A Mets fan reached out and grabbed it. You wonder if she might get the old heave-ho. Couldn't tell if that ball actually was in play and she reached over, double checking. Yeah, it was. It was still in place. They might give her the exit sign, as you're not supposed to reach into the field of play. Leave it up to a Mets fan, right? I think it would have been a double anyways. So Max Fried's got a runner to deal with on second base, and the first pitch to Davis is a curveball high, and it's 1-0. JD Davis, 3 home runs on the year, 19 RBI, a 247 average with a 701 OPS. See the other news today. Atlanta Braves made a trade. The 1-0 pitch is another curveball way high, and it's 2-0. Max not quite hitting the zone with that curveball in their early going. Atlanta Braves send Drew Waters, Andrew Hoffman, and CJ Alexander to the Kansas City Royals for this year's second round number 35 pick overall. It also, in the move, as we get set for the 2-0 pitch from Fried to Davis, and Max kicks and deals, and it's a fastball fouled off at the handle, and it's 2-1. It moves the Braves from 19th to 9 overall in money available for this year's draft, which was the main reason for the trade. It is to be noted, Christian Pache, Drew Waters, these were 2 names that Braves country expected to be playing here at home in front of us for quite some time a couple of years ago. They are now on the move. The 2-1 pitch is in the dirt, misses low, and it's a 3-1 count to JD Davis. Standing on deck is Jankowski. Max Fried doesn't quite have it tonight. Doesn't look like to start off with. You just don't want to give Scherzer an early lead. He can be a tough customer to deal with the rest of the night. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Davis on the way. And did he go around 95-mile-an-hour fastball? He did. It was a check swing. Home plate umpire didn't even have to appeal. He called it a strike. Full count now at 3-2. Max does have that base open. If he doesn't want to lay one in there to Davis, Davis has got some pop in his bat in years past, has really rung up the home run totals. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's a fastball fouled back out of play. 96 miles an hour on the outer part of the dish. We'll do it again at 3-2. Good seeing everyone coming in here. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. Appreciate you joining in tonight. Special edition of Braves Country Baseballs. We're here normally on Tuesdays and Fridays. We're coming to you Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, bringing you the Met series all week. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike three. Slider at the top of the zone, and he could not connect. And there's 2 away. Fried did to Davis what Scherzer did to Swanson, putting that slider at the top of the zone. That'll bring Jankowski, the lefty, is a threat to drop a bunt down. It's got blazing speed, the right fielder. It's a lefty-lefty matchup, and Max Fried looks in. He kicks and deals, and it is a slider misses at the top of the zone. It's 1-0. About those Orioles and Mariners, they're both on an 8-game winning streak. I believe the Orioles and Mariners, double check this, as the 1-0 pitch is inside and curveball clips Jankowski, sends him down to first base. Fried's a little upset because Jankowski kind of stuck his wing out there to get hit. And he wanted the umpire to not award him the base. He did. If you look at it in slow motion coming back, he stuck his arm out there to get hit. It's kind of dangerous how he did it because it's very top of the just past the elbow. He gets hit on the elbow there. You could do all kinds of damage. So that brings Nito to the plate, the hind catcher from the right side. And the first pitch is a fastball high and inside. It's 1-0. Very interesting that Chris Segal, the home plate umpire, did not. I've seen it a couple times this year where the umpire will not award you the base. They feel like, because it is in the rule book, if you are not trying to get out of the way, or it looks like you are trying to get hit, they do not have to award you the base. The 1-0 pitch is swings and grounds it over towards third, but it's going to drag foul. It's 1-1. Max Fried laboring 34 pitches in these first 2 innings, trying to keep the Mets off the board. You'd like to see Max go deep into this game. The Braves have, though they swept the Nationals, that's the good news. The bad news is they used quite a bit of their bullpen over the weekend, as have the Mets. A 1-1 pitch from Fried is fouled down the first base line and well out of play. It's 1-2. So 3 of the Braves' biggest prospects that have been constantly talked about in Braves country all traded this year. The first trade, obviously, to bring in Olsen, but the other one, and you wondered if they really have their eye on someone in the second round. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. It was an absolute heater into the kitchen of Nito, and he could not catch up. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Riley Ozuna and Rosario come into the dish.
You know, a lot of these girls are out here calling each other sis because they're both calling the same dude daddy. What a time to be alive.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How did Mariano Rivera accidentally save the life of one of his teammates? In the 2001 World Series, the Yankees had a one-run lead against the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the ninth. But in Mariano's second inning of relief, he gave up an RBI double to Tony Womack and a walk-off single to Luis Gonzalez. The planned victory parade in New York was canceled, which meant a change of plans for infielder Enrique Wilson. He was scheduled to leave for his home country of the Dominican Republic 8 days after the World Series, but because the Yankees lost, he moved up his flight a few days. His original plane was American Airlines Flight 587, which ended up crashing and causing the deaths of 265 people. The next year, Rivera talked to Wilson in spring training and told him, "I am glad we lost the World Series because it means that I still have a friend."
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
My mother always said that she loved to go to church, but not to hear the preacher. She could read her Bible at home, but she could only be in church. And baseball has some of that same sense of peace that has nothing to do with ideology, but simply with ritual, familiarity, small truths, sort of lessons of the day that we're familiar with before, but may get a little more light on them that day.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and New York Mets. Nothing. Heading to the bottom of the second, and the first pitch is way outside and off the plate to Austin Riley. It's 1-0. Riley coming off a huge game. He was 3 for 6. Game-winning RBI, hit a home run. 23 home runs on the year. And the 1-0 pitch is high and outside. It's 2-0. 56 RBI, a 907 OPS, and you explain to me why he's not in the Major League Baseball All-Star game. It's the MVP voting all over again. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Riley, and swing and fouls it down the first base line. It's 2-1. Astros Alvarez has been sent to the IL today because of his hand, which they say has worsened. The 2-1 pitch from Scherzer delivers as a slider in the dirt. It's 3-1. You've got Marcell Ozuna on deck, and the rake sitting there with a 3-1 count. Here's a 3-1 pitch to Riley. Swing and hit high and deep. Going back on the warning track, just underneath it is Kanya for out number 1. He hit that sucker hard, but just got underneath it. I thought that thing might have been gone. I think the 40,000 plus in Truist Park thought so too. So that'll bring Ozuna to the plate. Marcell Ozuna stepping in with a 227 average and a 703 OPS, 17 home runs, 37 RBI. And the first pitch is on the way. It's a slider at the knees. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Bottom of the second. The 0-1 pitch is swings and fouls it over the first base side. Out of play. It's 0-2. A lot of games tonight, especially for a Monday. We'll get into that slate here in just a moment. The 0-2 pitch. Scherzer kicks and deals. Yes, slider in the dirt. Good eye by Marcell. That might have been the curveball, actually. It had a fast slider action. It's 1-2. Scherzer, the 22nd pitch of the evening. And he kicks and fires a slider way off the plate. Good take by Marcel, evens up the count at 2-2. If you're just joining us and haven't heard the news, Robinson Cano is the second baseman, and he is in the lineup tonight for the Atlanta Braves. The 2-2 pitch. Here's the delivery, swung on a miss, slider. Strikeout for Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer absolutely dealing tonight. It's his third strikeout already. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario batting 119, 357 OPS, a home run, and 2 RBI. Of course, remember he had that rough start because of the eye injury. First pitch is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, fouled back against the screen. It's 0-1. You have to take into consideration anything with Rosario as far as averages. He started off the season 3 for 44 because of the scratch that he had on his cornea. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Rosario, and he golfs it high, but not very deep. It's playable for Nemo in center field. He's underneath it for out number 3. We'll head to the top of the third. The Mets, top of the order, is on the way.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, "If I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me." In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game. And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See, but one thing about it though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, New York Mets doing battle. Robinson Cano hasn't been in the action yet, but he is starting at second base tonight. And of course, with that, you know, the Mets had to change all their signs on the last minute. Here's the first pitch on the way from Fried to Nemo, and it's a slider on the outer edge called for a strike. It's 0-1. Nemo walked the first time up. Fried, 0-1 delivery, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Max would love to get a quick inning here. He's worked tough first couple of innings, scattering 3 runners, but ran his pitch count up into the mid-30s. Love to get a quick inning. As the 0-2 pitch is a curveball down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays, he is out 5 to 8 weeks with hand surgery. Now they just announced a little while ago. The 1-2 delivery from Max is a slider on the outer edge, taken for a ball. Good eye by Nemo. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is Francisco Lindor. And here is the 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. Kenley Jansen was supposed to be activated as early as today or tomorrow, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen now. He threw a bullpen today. The 2-2 pitch is slider off the plate, running that pitch count up again. It's now 3-2. You would think Kenley Jansen would be back sometime this weekend. Maybe even as early as Wednesday. We shall see. He's eligible to come off tomorrow. The 3-2 pitch. That ball is going to split the outfielders, and giving chase is Michael Harris. He's got it, gets it back into the infield, but not before Nemo has a leadoff double and trouble of brewing one more time with the Mets here in the top of the third. Brandon Nemo, his 16th double of the year. Good pitch. Took a slider on the outer edge. It got a little bit too much of the plate. He drove it into the 7-8 gap. Harris ran it down. Just before it got to the warning track. So that brings Francisco Lindor to the plate. The switch hitter takes the first pitch on the outer edge, 95 miles an hour at the knees. It's 0-1. Lindor 0 for 1 with a flyout in the first. 15 home runs, 60 RBIs for the $330 million man. The 0-1 delivery. Changeup misses way off the plate. It's 1-1. Max really running his count up. I know I've said that a lot, but he's already at 45 pitches, and we don't have an out here in the third. So you may have to go to that bullpen earlier than we wanted. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Max as the Braves. Slider at the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-2. The Braves are playing a fairly honest infield for today's game. Cano is cheating towards the second base bag. So he's a little closer to second than what you would normally expect. They are playing Lindor to pull essentially, but it's not the full-blown shift like you see a lot. Lindor asked for time a couple of times, and he's back into the box. And here's the 1-2 from Mad Max. He kicks and deals way outside. 96 mile an hour fastball almost got away from Darnode. And he'll do it again. It's 2-2. Pete Alonso stands on deck. Two from Fried. Swung on and grounded foul back behind home plate. Curveball that was on the outer part of the plate. Probably would have been a strike if he would have taken it. So Lindor had to swing. Two pitch for Francisco Lindor. Max Fried looks over his shoulder, looks back, lifts the glove, and it's a curveball. Grounded to third. Riley's got it. He looks back. The runner fires it over the diamond into the glove of Matt Olson, and there's one away. Good defensive play by Riley. Also, good D by Swanson. These types of things normally aren't noticed, but on that play, Swanson went over to cover third as Riley was having to charge the ball. That brings the polar bear to the plate, Pete Alonso, the big right-hander. .272 average, 23 home runs, 70 RBI, an .879 OPS. It's kind of the straw that stirs the drink in the Mets offense. First pitch on the way is roasted down the third base line, just past the diving Riley. That's going to get a run in. He's going to score. The Mets lead at 1-0, and diving into second is Pete Alonso, just under the tag, and it's a one-out double for Alonso. Rosario had to go a long way as that ball just snuck inside the line. I mean, it had to go a long way. He had no chance of getting to the ball before. Ball just went underneath the glove of Riley. Riley was stretched out, and it hit the very outer edge of the webbing of his glove and ricocheted into that corner where the ball girl normally sits. So 1-0 lead, and it's a slider, misses inside to Kanya. It's 1-0. Pete Alonso is on the National League All-Star team. He is one of the reserves, as Goldschmidt got the nod. The 1-0 pitch is slider at the knees, and Seagal has got to get some glasses because he missed that one. It's 2-0. In fact, d'Arnaud even paused for a second as he went to throw back to Fried. So a poor call by Seagal gets Fried behind in the count, 2-0. Tacania is a dangerous right-hand hitter. The 2-0 pitch is a fastball way outside of the zone. It's 3-0. Mets 1, Braves 0, top of the third inning. Max Fried laboring and is behind here in the count, 3-0 to Kanya. On deck is Escobar. The 3-0 pitch on the way, fastball inside, misses for ball number 4. So Kanya will go head down to first base. Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach, is going out to talk to Fried. Sure, Fried was looking forward to this game, and he has probably built this up more in his head than he needs to be. Max Fried, knowing that all the National League watching this series, and also knew he was going up against one of the game's very best in Max Scherzer. So Kranitz walks away from the mound after calming him down. Blue comes out there to break it up. I would have liked for someone to look at Blue and say, what was the deal with that slider that missed on the 1-0 count? So that brings Escobar to the plate, and the first pitch is a slider at the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Same location, same pitch is the previous one that I was referring to, this time called for a strike. Actually, that one might have been a tad lower. Escobar asked for time. So we take a quick pause, and now we're ready. A double play would get him out of the inning, and the 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. Fastball might have been the sinker. Good block by d'Arnaud. It's 1-1. Atlanta, 1.5 games behind the Mets. If they take the series, they would head out of Atlanta just a half game back. Obviously, a sweep, they would be in first place. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 1-2. This has got to be the game that most Mets fans believe that they have to win if they're going to win the series. I think the Braves have the upper hand on Tuesday and Wednesday's games. Doesn't mean you're going to win them, but the 1-2 swung on and just got a piece of it, fouled into the dirt right there at home plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. On deck is Luis Guillermo. Max Fried, you get this out here, could set up something nice. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and that ball's hit high, and it's going to drop down for a single. And going over to third is Alonso. He almost gets caught because the ball drops. Harris fired it over to third, but a bad throw that was skipping through the infield. Riley had to block it, and Alonso was barely safe. He went halfway and then started to go back because I think he thought that Harris was going to catch it. Riley had to go to his knees to keep the ball from kicking towards the dugout. The good throw gets the slow-footed Alonso, but no such luck. So that's going to load the bases for Luis Guillermo. And the first pitch is a fastball top of the zone. It's 0-1. Missed opportunity there by the Braves defense, which has been spectacular over the last few weeks. It's 1-0 New York, top of the third. We're just getting going here. Long way to go, but you don't want to give the Mets a big lead with Max Scherzer. The 0-1 pitch at the knee, and that's another fastball that's missed by Blue. Calls it a ball. It's 1-1. He is just not seeing the bottom of the zone very well, which is strange because he's a very short umpire. The 1-1 delivery is swung on and dribbled foul in between home and first, and it's 1-2. On deck is the dangerous J.D. Davis. Little surprise against Max Fried that Davis is batting behind Luis. You also wonder about the rhythm the infield will have with Cano. Here's the 1-2 pitch swung on and dribbled up to Cano. The ball finds you. He backhand flips it to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and they're going to say that the runner beat the throw. Run comes in. The Braves get the first out. It's a close play. Going to wait to see the replay. Weiss, I believe, is on the phone, and he is going to ask for a challenge. So we'll see what happens here. Cano backhanded the ball, flashing some leather, backhanded it, flipped it to Dansby. Dansby got it and fired it off his back foot. And I don't know about that one. I don't know if they think he was probably safe, but let me see it one more time. Yeah, I think the ball, it might have caught Dansby by surprise that Cano was able to backflip it like that, because when he got the ball, he was flat-footed and it was all arm going to first base. And that extra bounce bought time. Give Guillermo credit, by the way. He was hustling down the line. I will be shocked if they overturn this. If they did get him, it was barely. And we know how these challenges normally go. Typically, if they can't absolutely see it, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt. You see it on the side view. It looked like the ball may have went into Olson's glove just as his foot was hitting the bag. The problem is on most of the views, it's blocked. So it's going to be really difficult to overturn it. Here is the call. They are going to call him safe, and it's 2-0 New York. Like I said, I think intelligently you can look at it and see that he probably was out by just the smallest of margins. But the problem is where the main camera vantage point is, Olson's foot's kind of blocking where you would see the runner's foot crossing the bag. So nevertheless, the Braves trail it 2-0. Max Fried, not one of his better outings for sure. He struggled to hit the zone and ran his pitch count up. He's at 63 pitches now. That brings J.D. Davis to the plate, extending the inning. And the first pitch to Davis, the fastball inside, misses high, and it's 1-0. On deck is Jankowski. I would have almost try to relay a message to Max while that replay was going on and say, hey, what about walking Davis and getting to Jankowski, the lefty? The 1-0 pitch is swung on and popped up. Will that stay in play? Underneath it is Olson, and he'll get it, and we're out of the inning. That could have been a lot worse, Brave Country. We'll head to the bottom of the third, trailing by only 2.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet. In 1985, third baseman Mike Schmidt criticized his own Philly fans for booing him by calling them uncontrollable and beyond help. Once he got back to Philadelphia, he was scared the fans would throw stuff at him on the field, so he decided to wear an outfit of a wig and sunglasses. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Baseball is good, an honorable profession, a great challenge. It has blessed me, I blessed it, and it has blessed our country. Branch Rickey. He was born on an Ohio farm in 1881 and named Wesley Branch Rickey for John Wesley, the founder of his family's Methodist faith. He was a pious, hardworking boy who memorized scripture, taught himself Greek, Latin, and algebra, and promised his mother never to drink or swear or violate the Sabbath. But he was mad about baseball, learned to play in the backyard with a ball stitched by his mother, followed every move of the Cincinnati Reds, and became a good enough catcher with the Duck Run, Ohio team to consider a professional career. Still, the game was not a proper livelihood for a God-fearing young man. And so he abandoned baseball to teach school in Turkey Creek, Ohio. But Branch Rickey would one day become what one sports writer called the most original mind and the best organizer the game has ever produced. And in 1947, he would help make baseball, in truth, what it had always claimed to be, the national pastime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail 2-0. Max Scherzer with a long rest is back at it, and the first pitch is a slider right across the knees to Travis d'Arnaud. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud, the number 7 hitter, 267 on the year, 11 home runs, 37 RBI, a 798 OPS, swings at the 0-1 pitch just off the plate, and it's 0-2. You'd like to see the Braves at least give Max a chance to rest here. And the 0-2 pitch is a slider at the knees. d'Arnaud just caught looking. And there's one away. Pitch might have been a touch low. I'm sure Darnold is thinking, where is that call when I'm behind the plate? But nonetheless, it's the fourth strikeout for Scherzer, who's walked none and given up 0 hits. He'll be facing Michael Harris. Michael Harris's first look at the great Max Scherzer takes the 95-mile-an-hour fastball off the plate. It's 1-0. Sure, this is an experience for Harris. The 1-0 pitch, swing and miss, 95-mile-an-hour fastball up around the letters, and it's evens the count at 1-1. You'll notice Scherzer works pretty fast. Saw an interview with him on that last year as time is called. He, like a lot of veteran pitchers, believe that if you work fast, you'll keep the defense alert behind you. The 1-1 pitch is a curveball way outside and off the plate. It's 2-1. Looked like he lost the grip on that one. Standing on deck is Robinson Cano. The 2-1 fouled back out of play, evens up the count at 2-2. Max Scherzer looks in. He kicks and deals the 2-2 swing and just gets a piece of it, fouls it back against the brick wall near the Coca-Cola sign, and it's 2-2. Scherzer, 79 pitches his last outing, kicks the 2-2 pitch to Harrison. It's a pop-up can of corn over on the third base side. Underneath it is Escobar, and there's quickly 2 away. Braves have yet to get a base hit or a base runner. Scherzer went 79 pitches his last outing, so you got to figure he's good for 90 plus tonight. And the Braves have not run the pitch count up very high for him. That brings Robinson Cano to the plate. He's batting 149 with 1 home run. He swings and misses at the first pitch. It's a fastball off the dish, 96 mile an hour, blown right by him. It's 0-1. You got to figure Cano will be a off the bench bat, a platoon situation. Arcia still with the team, though. 0-1 swung on and hit into right field. That's the first hitter for the Atlanta Braves of the game. And Robinson Cano, welcome to Hot Atlanta. The double deuce gets a 2-out single. And if nothing else, that gets the Braves a little bit breathing room for Max Fried. He doesn't have to go right back out there. It's a hard hit liner just under the glove of the second baseman, Yorme. Would have been a really tough play. Cano doesn't run like he used to. Such a difficult defensive play. That brings Acuna, the tying run, to the plate. Scherzer steps off the rubber for a second. Not sure what the deal was with that, but we'll take a moment as he gets set. Acuna 0 for 1 on the night, lined out to deep center field the first time. See how they approach him this time. The first pitch is swing and pops down the right field line. Will it drop? It does, but drops just foul, just inside the foul territory down the right field line. Really close to where I was sitting on Wednesday night. We went to the Cardinals Braves game. Had a great time. Tell you more about that as the game goes on. It was Brian Snicker bobblehead night. You had to sit out there in the hot sun for about 30, 45 minutes before they would open the gates and start giving out the bobbleheads. It was only like think 10 to 15,000 were getting it, so you had to be there early. The 0-1 pitch to Acuna is way off the plate. Slider misses outside, evens the count at 1-1. And as soon as we got home, the Braves 4th of July hat that they had this year, it arrived at my doorstep. I was wanting to wear it to the game. Acuna calls for time, and Seagal gives it. He runs off the back of the plate, and we'll do it again. Braves making Scherzer work a little bit here in this inning. Scherzer up to 38 pitches now. The 1-1 delivery, swing and a miss, slider at the bottom of the zone on the outer edge of the plate. It's 1-2. Acuna trying to keep the line going. Robinson Cano with the Braves' very first hit of the night. Cano 149 on the year, but he's 1 for 1 in a Braves uniform. The 1-2 pitch from Scherzer to Acuna. They set up outside, fastball just off the plate, but they'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Strike 3, caught looking, and that'll end the inning. So Scherzer's getting a wide strike zone. Braves better fall in line. It's 2-0. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
Armchair.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail New York 2-0. We begin the top of the fourth, and it's a sinker, misses inside to the number 8 hitter, Jankowski, who was hit by a pitch the first time. It's 1-0. That might have been a message pitch. He was hit after he leaned his arm in the first time. The 1-0 pitch misses high and off the plate. It's 2-0. Max Fried just does not have it tonight. The 2-0 pitch, way off the plate and outside. It's 3-0. Brian Snitker might have to get someone ready. I know he wants Max to go deep into this game, but he just does not have it. Max Fried with the 69th pitch of the night, misses off the plate. 4-pitch walk, 4-pitch leadoff walk to Jankowski, and the trouble continues. Max just looks like he's opening up on his release. He's flying open and everything's coming off the plate. See if he can get it straight. That'll bring the number 9 hitter, Thomas Nito, the catcher, who struck out in the second inning, to the plate. Max looks in to get the sign. He lifts his leg, kicks and deals, and it's inside and off the plate. It's 1-0. Mets 2, Braves nothing. Top of the 4th inning. Still plenty of time to get back in this, but you don't want this game to get away. The 1-0 pitch is inside. He'll call it a strike. It's 1-1. Looked a little in, but we'll take it. Some of the pitches that he has missed for Fried already. Max Fried looks into Darno, sets up inside, and it's a slider, top of the zone, fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Hit you with the scoreboard here in a second. Pittsburgh leads the Miami Marlins. That game, they started a little early. It is in the top of the 6th. 3-0 Pirates in Miami. The 1-2 pitch from Max Fried. So he looks over to first a couple of times and he kicks and deals, and it's a changeup off the plate. It's 2-2. Tampa Bay Rays, they lead Boston 5-3. Top of 3. That game is in Tampa or St. Petersburg. Max Fried looking back the runner. We know he's got that great pickoff move. The 2-2 on the way, ripped into center field, but right on a line to Michael Harris. He's got it, and there's one away. Right place, right time for Harris. He didn't have to travel too far. That ball was hit hard. Cleveland Guardians are at home against the White Sox. It's the bottom of the 4th inning, and that game is 5-4 Cleveland. There was an early game today, part of a doubleheader, Kansas City and Detroit. Royals won the first one 3-1. They are tied in the first inning at 1 apiece. I believe that was in a rain delay earlier. Max Fried will now face Nemo, who's 1-for-1 with a walk, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled off his shoe. It's 0-1. Philly leads St. Louis. Bottom of the 5th in St. Louis. It's 1-0. Oakland and Texas just getting underway. They're scoreless. And the other games later tonight, San Diego is at Colorado and Arizona at San Francisco. Both of them start shortly. The 0-1 pitch from Fried to Nemo. He kicks and deals, and it's a sinker at the knees, fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. You hate to see Fried struggle like this in a big opportunity. You know, he looked forward to this. And sometimes these young pitchers, they just drain themselves. If he could get through this inning, and best case scenario, if he could get through 5, I think Snicker would take it, but at least get scoreless through here. It's the 0-2 pitch from Fried. He kicks and deals, and it just gets a piece of a changeup down below near the ankles. It's 0-2. These same two teams will be seeing each other quite a bit this summer. They've only played a handful of times so far. More on that in a second as we get set for the 0-2 pitch from Fried, and swung on and missed. Strike three. Sinker down below the knees. Could not make contact. And there's 2 away. Looking ahead to August, the Braves and Mets will meet up for 2 series. One is a huge 5-game series in New York, August 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. It's 5 games in 4 days, a doubleheader on a Saturday. Then a 4-game stint as the first pitch on the way to Lindor is swung on, and he rifles that into right field. Acuna's got it. He fires it back into the infield. There's runners on first and second with 2 away. Good piece of hitting by Lindor. Looked for the fastball on the outer edge, and he just shot it the other way. Didn't try to do too much with it. August 15th through the 18th, Atlanta will host a 4-game set against these same Mets. So they'll see the Mets 9 times in July. And then as Pete Alonso comes to the plate, he's 1 for 2 with an RBI double in the 3rd inning. The first pitch on the way to Alonso is swung on and fouled back out of play. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Banged against the screen behind home plate. It's 0-1. And then after that 4-game homestand in mid-August against the Mets and Braves will not see each other again until what was supposed to be the final weekend. The 0-1 pitch is inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Originally, Braves Mets was a 3-game series that was supposed to end the season, but because of the lockout, the Braves will now end the season on the road against Miami. The 1-1 pitch, curveball on the outer edge, taken for a strike. Good pitch by Max. And it's 1-2. See, if you count the 3 tonight, still 15 games left, or count the 3 this week. There's 15 games left in this series, 14 after tonight. But they see a lot of each other in the beginning of August to mid-August. Could get a little chippy. Alonso asked for time. He'll back out of the batter's box on a 1-2 count. Runners on first and second, 2 away. And we're ready for action again. Darnode sets up outside, swung on and missed. Sinker off the plate, and he'll go grab the pine. So Max gets out of danger, and the Braves still trail just 2-0.
Bo Body. What does the first B stand for?
What are we doing?
We're making acronyms. Okay, what does the first B stand for?
Business.
I like it.
We need a new manager.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Part 18. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat.
Armchair.
New York Giants second baseman John Montgomery Ward was a rarity among players, a graduate of the Columbia Law School. And in an age when workers everywhere were struggling to win their rights, he was willing to take on the club owners on their own terms. Ward publicly denounced the reserve clause, which now kept every player from deciding for himself where he wished to play and forced him to accept whatever wage his owner was willing to pay.
There is now no escape for the player. If he attempts to elude the operation of the rule, he becomes at once a professional outlaw, and the hand of every club is against him. Like a fugitive slave law, the reserve clause denies him a harbor or a livelihood and carries him back bound and shackled to the club from which he attempted to escape. We have then the curious result of a contract which on its face is for 7 months, being binding for life. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0, and Max Scherzer goes back to work. It's a fastball off the plate, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Dansby Swanson digs in. He's 0 for 1 on the night, struck out his first time up, as you may remember. Dansby 301 on the year, 14 home runs. He's headed to the All-Star game. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed. Over the top, it's 1-1. Not to be lost here. Not only are they playing a very tough opponent in the Mets and Max Scherzer, as the 1-1 pitch is on the way, swung on and popped up, can of corn, and Alonso's gonna have it. He's underneath it for out number 1. The Braves are also in the middle of 20 consecutive games without a day off. You know that's going to take a toll at some point. 13 in a row so far, still have 7 to go. They will finally get that much needed rest at the All-Star break. Sure, some of the guys who aren't going to the All-Star game were kind of looking forward to it. Here's the first pitch on the way to Olsen, and it's way outside off the plate. Curveball miss. It's 1-0. Matt Olson struck out in the first inning against Scherzer. The 1-0 swung on and missed. 95-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone. Evens the count at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch from Scherzer, and he flips in a slider. Olsen just stood there and watched it. It's 1-2. One-two pitch on the way to Matt Olson. He kicks and deals, swing and a miss, and it's strike number 3. Matt Olson is not picking up Scherzer at all. That nasty slider that just buckled him at the knees. Max Scherzer cruising tonight and only has thrown 47 pitches. Braves have not worked the count at all. First pitch on the way is a fastball right there on the outer edge of the plate. It's 0-1. Max Scherzer just passed CC Sabathia with that strikeout for 17th all time. The 0-1 pitch is off the plate and low to Riley. It's 1-1. Riley hit a towering fly ball in the second inning. One that looked like it had a chance to get out. Scherzer raises legs, kicking deals, and 96-mile-an-hour fastball right by Riley. Could not catch up. It's 1-2. Scherzer has only had traffic on the base one time tonight. That was in the bottom of the third. The 1-2 delivery is swing and foul down the third base line. It's 1-2. The Braves can keep this game close, though. The one thing you do know about Atlanta, they've got the home run power one swing, they can get right back in it. Still a long way to go in this one. The 1-2 pitch is swung, and he grounds it down the third base line towards the dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. Thanks for joining us here for Braves Country Baseball. Normally here Tuesday and Friday night through the entire season. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, slider off the plate, and Riley had no chance. So that'll end the inning. Max Scherzer is cruising through 4. It's 2-0 New York.
You know what woke means? It means you're a loser. Everything woke turns to
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Stan Musial is one of the most underrated players of all time. He had 3,630 hits, which puts him 4th on the all-time list. But weirdly enough, Stan the Man had exactly 1,815 hits at home and exactly 1,815 hits on the road.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit so.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Although the first World Series had been a huge success, the reputation of the game continued to suffer as brawling fans drove away paying customers. Now, Van Johnson ordered his American League owners to have their stadiums patrolled to keep rowdiness down. Players and managers, as well as fans, were expected to behave.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail New York 2-0. Max Fried has had a tough night so far. Hasn't been hitting the zone, but he'll go back out there for inning number 5 to try to give his team a chance to win it. He'll face Kanya to start the inning, and it's a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. Kanya, Escobar, and Luis Guillorme. Fried looks in. He'll kick and deal, and it's a slider just below the knees. It's 2-0. Max Fried looks in, and fastball top of the zone misses. It's 3-0. Walked the leadoff runner in the last inning. He's about to do it again. Recipe for disaster. The 3-0. Fastball just at the top of the zone. Kanye doesn't like it. Says something to Blue. It's 3-1. Blue, I guess, he's not like the old school umpires. Can think of a few of them that would ring you that would turn around and said something like that in the middle of. Here's a 3-1 pitch, and that ball is low. Ball 4. Max Fried does not have it tonight. 88 pitches. He walks the leadoff runner again. I know Snicker would love to get him through this inning, but he's essentially going to punt this game if he leaves him out there much longer. Fried has pitched well all year long. He's due for a bad outing. He'll face Escobar with one on, nobody out, and the curveball's not even close. It's 1-0. Cardinals have taken a 3-1 lead over Philadelphia. That game is in the 5th inning. And since it is the 5th inning, it is time for turn back time. Max Fried looks over to first. He kicks and deals, and it is a sinker that is dragged foul towards Riley on the third base side. It's 1-1. On this date, 1914, Boston Red Sox left-handed pitcher Babe Ruth makes his first career start, gets his first win. One of 94 wins in his career. He would be pinch hit for by Duffy Lewis, who gets the game-winning RBI in the 4-3 win. The 1-1 fouled off the plate. That got a piece of d'Arnaud. See if he's okay. Wincing a little bit. Think he's okay. It's 1-2. Imagine being able to tell your grandkids down the road that you once pinch hit for Babe Ruth. That was on this date, 1914. Max Fried looks in, and he deals to Escobar. That ball is rifled over to third. A leaping catch by Riley will snag it, and there's one away. Kenya wasn't going anywhere, not a very fast runner, so he wasn't off to the races anyways. Good play by Riley. That could have easily been runners on second and third, nobody out. He had to leap to the top of the sky to get that. Made it look very easy, but that was not an easy play. So that'll bring up the left-handed hitter Guillorme to the plate. He's 1 for 2 on the night. Free kicks and deals, misses on the slider. Once again, starting again behind in the count. It's 1-0. On this date, 1985, Nolan Ryan with his 4,000th strikeout, striking out the New York Mets' Danny Heap. That was in the Houston Astrodome on this date in 1985. Became the first pitcher ever with 4,000 strikeouts. The 1-0 from Fried is fastball inside, taken for a ball. It's now 2-0. Fried nibbling against the number 6 hitter in the lineup, a lefty-lefty matchup. When Fried is on, he's normally attacking these guys, but you know he does not feel it when he's nibbling against this guy. 2-0 pitches in the dirt. It's 3-0. On this date in 1987, Billy and Cal Ripken Jr. started the first game together in 1987 as their dad is the skipper, the first time ever in history. The 3-0 pitch is high and off the plate. It's 4-0. Max Fried is at 96 pitches. He's got runners on first and second with one away. And it doesn't look like anyone's coming out there to talk to him. Dylan Lee is starting to warm up in the Braves bullpen. Max Fried will now have to face J.D. Davis. With one swing could blow this wide open. The first pitch to Davis is a curveball, a hanging curveball called for a strike. It's 0-1. On this date, 1996, United States Postal Service, 1996, United States Postal Service releases Casey at the Bat stamp. One of 4, what they call Legend Series. The 0-1 pitches in the dirt, curveball misses, and it's 1-1. Paul Bunyan was another one of those stamps in that collection. And on this date in 2000, so 22 years ago, the All-Star game was at Turner Field. Max Fried looks in on the 1-1. He pitches and deals, and it's a blooper to second, and it is kicked around and caught by Cano. Cano then steps on second. They then have the runner in a pickle in the rundown between second and third, Kanya, and he'll get it. Kanya was a little confused. Good defensive play by Cano. 2 good plays today, and that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Clayton Kershaw is without a doubt a Hall of Famer. In Kershaw's family, he had a great uncle named Clyde Tombaugh. He was an astronomer who, over 100 years ago, discovered the planet Pluto. For those who don't know, eye black is a black adhesive that is used by players to limit glare from the sun. But did you know that none other than Babe Ruth allegedly invented it? Around the 1930s, Ruth was getting distracted by the sun, so he put some black grease under his eyes, and the rest is history.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
John Joseph McGraw, player-manager of the contentious Baltimore Orioles, had been one of the first National Leaguers to jump to the American League in 1901, but he had not liked it there. He could not bear to have anyone tell him how to play the game. When McGraw refused to stop the constant abuse of umpires, for which he was infamous, Johnson suspended him. McGraw never forgave Johnson. He returned to the National League as manager of the New York Giants, a job he would hold for 31 years, leading his team to 10 pennants and ending in the first division 28 times. No one made a move on the field without his consent. McGraw was said once to have fined a player for hitting a home run that drove in 2 runs because he had ordered him to bunt. The main idea, John McGraw said, is to win. When McGraw won the National League pennant in 1904, he took an especially sweet revenge on Ban Johnson. Rather than have anything to do with the league that had suspended him, he simply refused to play the Boston Pilgrims for the championship. There was no World Series in 1904.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch is inside to Ozuna. Little chin music, and it's 1-0. Ozuna's 0 for 1 on the night. He gets ready for the 1-0 pitch, and it is off the plate, but Seagal's giving him the benefit of the doubt. Ozuna turns around to say something, shakes his head, and I don't blame him. That was a terrible call by Chris Seagal. It's 1-1. Can't wait to see what the scorecard is on him tomorrow morning. The 1-1 pitch grounded over to third. Escobar's got it. He'll fire it across the diamond, and there's one away. I think Ozuna let that get into his head too, just swung at the next pitch. Makes a big difference when you go from what should have been 2-0 to 1-1, especially with a great pitcher like Scherzer on the mound. So that brings Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario flew out in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. And the curveball's on the way. That's off the plate, but called a strike, and it's 0-1. Seagal is definitely getting the benefit of the doubt to anything near the plate for Scherzer. I think Scherzer knows it too, that he doesn't have to throw anything near the plate, and he'll get it called a strike. Mets 2, Braves nothing. Bottom of the 5th. The 0-1 pitch is swing and fouled it back against the screen. It's 0-2. Looked like the cutter that was at the top of the zone. The 0-2 delivery on the way, swung on and popped up high into center field. Nemo lost it for a second and regained his vision. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. He threw his arms up like, where is it? And then finally found it in the sky. Might have lost it in the lights as the sun's starting to set in Truist Park. Nemo, usually a really good outfielder. I thought the Braves were going to get a gift, but no such luck. The 0-1 to Darnode is fouled back over the first base dugout, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Darnode is 0 for 1, strikeout in the third. The 0-1 delivery he doesn't even come close to hitting that 84-mile-an-hour slider inside, and it's 0-2. Scherzer cruising through 5, just 61 pitches, only has thrown 8 pitches in this inning. The 0-2, as they set up off the plate, swing and hits hard into left field, but right at Mark Kanya. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So another 1-2-3 inning for Scherzer. With no threat and no score, we head to the top of the 6th.
Is that the sass we love or the back talk we hate?
Unclear. You know, there's a fine line between quippy and mean. I show her Golden Girls. It's just not thinking.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Ted Williams is undoubtedly a top 5 hitter in the history of baseball. When he passed away, parts of his family claimed that he wanted to be put into a state of biostasis through being cryogenically frozen. So surgeons decapitated Williams, froze his body in a giant cylinder, and froze his head in a steel can. This was done with the hope that one day he could be revived from the dead.
August 3rd, 1903. To the editor, it makes sense to teach a child to play chess. But what is the point of a crazy game like baseball? Here in educated America, adults play baseball. They run after a leather ball like children. I want my boy to grow up to be a mensch, not a wild American runner.
Dear sir, let your boy play baseball and play it well, so long as it does not interfere with his education or get him into bad company. Let us not so raise the children that they should grow up foreigners in their own birthplace. Abraham Kahan, editor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We are in a low-scoring affair, which we kind of expected. But we did not get a good outing by Max Fried, but he fought through it and has kept the game close. He will give way to Dylan Lee. Dylan Lee, 18 innings pitched, 1.5 ERA, 2 walks and 16 strikeouts. And the lefty comes onto the mound to face Jankowski, Nito in the top of the order. Here's the first pitch, and it is ripped down the first base line. Hot shot caught by Olson off the one hot bounce. He'll step on the pillow, and there's one away. Great defensive play by Olson. He's shaking his head like I almost lost my life. That was an absolute rocket off the bat. Olson might have missed his calling as an NHL goalie. That was a heck of a stab to keep that ball going into outfield. He's laughing about something. Somebody's giving him a hard time. It's probably Riley as he looks across the diamond. Lee Kicks and deals, and it is a dribbler. Gonna roll foul. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Austin picks it up in foul territory. It's 0-1. Lee was thinking about grabbing it, trying to make a crazy play. Riley, these are the little things you don't see, you don't necessarily hear or know about Riley. He's yelling for him to let it go. There's no way Lee's going to get him on that, what it was essentially a swinging bunt. Good leadership by Riley to get him off the ball. So Thomas Nito will go back to the plate. It's an 0-1 count. Never finished that on this date in 2000. The All-Star game was at Turner Field. The American League won it 6-3, and Derek Jeter was the MVP. As the 0-1 is in the dirt and misses low for a ball, it's 1-1. But Chipper Jones went 3 for 3 with a home run in that game. That was 22 years ago on this date. The 1-1 pitch misses outside and wide. It's 2-1. Dylan Lee looks into Darnode. He'll kick and deal and rifles it over to the plate, and it is fouled back. Nito just missed getting a piece of that one. It's 2-2. The 2-2 delivery from Dylan Lee. Winds and deals and outshot up the middle. Backhanded by Cano. Hill fired across the diamond, and there's 2 away. Robinson Cano, his first game as an Atlanta Brave, has made 3 really good defensive plays. And I'll be honest, I have not seen a lot of his career as he spent so much time in Seattle. And before that has been primarily been an American League guy, other than the few years that he spent with the Mets. He's got a pretty good glove on him. With him and RC in the infield, it's a pretty good combo. Even when Ozzie comes back, if you have to give him or Dansby a day off, you feel good about it. That brings the left-handed Nemo to the plate, and the first pitch is, did he go around? Curveball. He did. It's strike number 1. It's 0-1. You got Lindor, Alonso, and Kanya, along with Escobar, the next 4 batters. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed strike 2. Nice pitch, curveball that Dylan Lee has been getting over, and it's been effective. You got to figure Lee would probably face Lindor, and then it's anybody's guess if they might go to a righty. The 0-2 pitch, fastball high, misses inside. It's 1-2. See the news of all the different college football programs that are being shuffled throughout the landscape. The 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed strike 3. That'll end the inning. We'll talk more about that when we come back. Coming up is Harris, Cano, and Acuna when the Braves hit the bottom of the 6th.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by Baseball Manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa is the current manager of the White Sox and has been a manager for over 50 years. When he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing: Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Rusi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Rusi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Roosi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail the Mets 2-0. Max Fried is dealing. Just one hit allowed so far as we head to the bottom of the sixth. And the first pitch is on the way to Harris. He'll dump it into left field, but on the run and making the catch is Kanya, and it's a one pitch out to start the sixth. Braves have not done themselves any help by swinging early in these counts, but at the same token, it's kind of a give and take because Scherzer has been around the plate pretty much all night. Been given the benefit of the doubt with some of the calls, but all in all, has pitched a really good game. First pitch to Cano is a fastball swung on a miss, and he blew it right by Cano. It's 0-1. Cano asked for some spray from the dugout. I think he might have lost grip of the bat. Cano is 1 for 1. His first game with the Atlanta Braves, a single, his first time up underneath the glove of the second baseman into right field. The 0-1 delivery is a fastball high and outside, 96 mile an hour, and it's 1-1. Standing on deck is Acuna. The 1-1 inside, ball 2, 2-1. Cano should see some good pitches. You're hitting in front of Acuna in the order. The 2-1 delivery from Scherzer swung on and popped up. It's going to be an easy play for Lindor. He backpedals and makes the catch in shallow left field. There's 2 away. Scherzer once again could get out of this inning with very few pitches. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna, like most of the Braves tonight, is hitless. Acuna 0 for 2 on the night, a line out, a strikeout. Controversial strikeout his last time up. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is swung on and missed. The slider, and it's 0-1. Acuna took a very close strike 3. You can't take a close pitch with a guy like Scherzer. They're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. The 0-1 inside, 95 mile an hour, pushing him off the plate. It's 1-1. Scherzer now just with his 70th pitch on the way. The 1-1 swung on and rifled down the third base line, but just foul. I mean, just foul. It was over the bag, but foul territory. And it's 1-2. The 1-2 to Acuna. Scherzer kicks and deals, and it's a slider in the dirt. Evens up the count at 2-2. Dansby Swanson stands on deck. If they can keep the inning going. If not, you'll have the heart of the order in the 7th. The 2-2 swung and just got a piece of it. Knocks it foul. We'll do it again at 2-2. Mets also have one of the better closers in the National League. Edwin Diaz is heading to the All-Star game. So if Scherzer can carry this lead to the 9th, it's going to be tough getting Diaz. The 2-2 downstairs, ball 3, full count. Braves would prefer not to see Diaz in this series. He has righted his ship, and he's a tough customer. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Acuna. Swing and pops it up. It's an easy can of corn. Who's going to get it? The outfielders almost collide, but Nemo's got it, and there's 3 gone. That'll end the bottom of the 6th. The Braves, nothing doing once again. It's 2-0 New York. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Send the ball in foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the 3rd time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant. The Cubs won the series, and the Cubs have finally won it all. High fly ball in the right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Jose Bautista was one of the most electrifying players of all time and has possibly the best bat flip of all time. In 2004, Bautista was struggling at the plate and was subsequently moved around a lot. He started the year with the Orioles, but was traded to the Rays, the Royals, the Mets, and lastly, the Pirates. This made Bautista the first player in baseball history to be on 5 different teams in one season.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
John McGraw may have championed the old brawling brand of baseball, but his greatest star was Christy Mathewson, a pitcher with a record for clean play so spotless that his wife once felt she had to defend him by saying that while he was a good man, he was no goody-goody.
Christy Mathewson was so virtuous, he would not give interviews to sports writers who he heard cheated on their wives.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. Dylan Lee is back out on the mound as he had a pretty quick 6th inning. He'll come out to the 7th and face Francisco Lindor. The first pitch is hit hard down the left field line, but foul. It's 0-1. Lindor, much more pop from the left-hand side of the plate. The Braves are trying to keep him batting right-handed. What will be interesting to see is if they leave him in, because Alonso and Kanya lurk on deck and in the hole. The 0-1 is off the plate, misses wide. It's 1-1. The Braves bullpen has been used quite a bit. They had the extra inning affair yesterday. The 1-1 swung on and grounded. Here comes Riley charging from the third base side. He'll fire it across the diamond, but Lindor will beat it out with an infield hit to start the 7th. Riley really had no chance on that. Lindor had already crossed the bag by the time he let go of the ball. Dansby Swanson was giving chase too, but he would have had to have backhanded it and throw against his body. Riley with the best chance. Only way you're getting Lindor on that is if he stumbles. So 1 on and nobody out once again. It's been a recipe for disaster. The Braves have actually done really well keeping it to just 2 runs. Here comes Pete Alonso. The Polar Bear is 1 for 3 on the night with an RBI double in the third, a run scored. Lefty righty matchup. Dylan Lee deals and he flips a 92-mile-an-hour fastball inner part of the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch from Dylan Lee. And fastball fouled back out of play. The inner part of the plate. It was fisted foul behind home. It's 0-2. Mets looking to try to extend their lead, put a little more pressure on the Braves. Braves, if they can keep it to this 2-0 lead, it's just a bloop and a blast away from tying the game. They've got the heart of the order coming up in the 7th. The 0-2 pitch from Lee, swing and fouls it back again. Fastball at the top of the zone inside. They're really trying to jam Alonso. It's 0-2. It'll be Swanson, Olsen, and Riley in the bottom of the 7th. If anybody were to get on, Ozuna. Dylan Lee looks in as Lindor, who's always a threat to steal, has a pretty good lead over there at first. Lee kicks and deals, and it is grounded over to short. 6, 4, 3, double play. Taylor made 2 away. Good play by the Braves defense. Cano once again showing that he can flash the glove. Made that look so effortless. Dansby put him in great position with the shovel from short, and Cano was covering the bag. And of course, Alonso, slow-footed, was dead meat at first. Thanks for listening to Brave Country Baseball. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out with the game with us. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night. This week, a special Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday edition. As the first pitch on the way to Kanye is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. The Mets and Braves playing this big series as we head to the All-Star break. I had some time to be able to squeeze this into my schedule, so away we go. The 1-0 pitch, dragged foul down the third base line, and it's 1-1 to Kanye. Mets with 12 base runners, the Braves with just the 1. And somehow Atlanta is hanging in there. Max Fried not having his typical great stuff. He really did an admirable job spreading around the walks and the hits that he gave up to only give up 2 runs. The 1-1 swung on and hit down the left field line. Rosario's on it. He'll get it back into the infield. Kanye, who's not the fleetest of foot, will keep it there for a single. It's a 2-out single for Mark Kanye. Good piece of hitting by Kanye. Dylan Lee put a pretty good pitch there. It was down around the knees on the outer edge of the plate. He somehow pulled it down the left field line. Rosario had the speed to cut it off. It's one thing you like about having Rosario out there in left field as opposed to when we had Ozuna at the beginning of the year. First pitch on the way to Escobar is in the dirt. It's 1-0. You can now choose from Duvall and Rosario on most days in left field and leave Ozuna at the DH role where he's best suited for. The 1-0 pitch from Lee. Fastball, top of the zone, called for a strike. Escobar doesn't like it. It's 1-1. And now if they can get any kind of decent production out of Robinson Cano, when Ozzie comes back, that's a good 1-2 punch off the bench for your infield to have Arcia and Cano. Pretty savvy move by the Braves front office once again. The 1-1 pitch, fastball swung on and miss, and it's 1-1. I'm not expecting the moon and stars from Robinson Cano at this point in his career. But if he can go out and give a guy a day off every once in a while, and you'd much rather have him at the plate facing Max Scherzer than have Arcia have to go up there righty-righty. The 1-2 pitch from Lee swung on and hit high, but not very deep into left center. Michael Harris is underneath it. Money Michael put it away, and that'll end the inning. Get time to stretch. It's the 7th inning. Let's get some runs, Bravos.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and the whole ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. All
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. Max Scherzer has been absolutely dealing, and he's back out there on the mound to face Dansby Swanson. The first pitch is a slider, top of the zone, taking first strike. It's 0-1. You know, you wonder if the last Wednesday when Fried was taken out of the game because of a lower body injury, the 0-1 pitch is off the plate, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. You wonder if that affected him in any way tonight. Dansby's 0 for 2 on the night with a strikeout and a foul out. No one's picked up what Scherzer's been dealing. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep. Go back. Dead at the warning track. It's out number 1. I think on most nights that thing is meat and out of here. There's just no wind in the stadium, and it died at the wall. Dansby Swanson gave it a ride. Second pitch tonight that the Braves have really gotten a hold of, but it just has not gone their way. Humidity, I'm sure, has a lot to do with it. So here comes Matt Olson. The first pitch is off the plate and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Matt Olson, 0 for 2 on the night. He gets set for the 1-0 delivery and swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Birthdays, Major League Baseball, Justin Steele of the Cubs. He's 27 years old today. And you remember Andy Ashby? 55 years old. Ashby pitched 14 years Major League Baseball, pitched for the Braves in 2000, went 8-6 that year. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Olsen is yet to catch up with his fastball. It's 1-2. Ashby more known for pitching with Houston. The 1-2 pitch to Olsen is outside for a ball. It's 2-2. Ed Ott, the catcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates in the 1970s during their fantastic run. He is 71 years old today. The 2-2 from Scherzer. He winds, kicks, and deals. Foul back against the screen. It's 2-2. Andre Johnson. Remember Andre Johnson, the NFL wide receiver? Most notably for Houston. He is 41 today. And outside the world of sports, as we get set for the 2-2 pitch to Max Scherzer to Olsen, swung on and ripped down the right field line, but just foul past the glove of Alonso. Slider's been the one pitch they've been able to hit if he got any part of the plate, but he uses it so sparingly it kind of keeps you off balance. Austin Riley stands on deck. The 2-2 delivery is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Looked like the slider that snuck in off the plate and inside, and Olsen could not hold up. There's 2 away. Outside the world of sports, Suzanne Vega and Richie Sambora. Of course, Richie Sambora, the guitarist for Bon Jovi. Vega had a couple of hits in the 90s. They are both 63 years old today. First pitch on the way to Riley's off the plate. It's 1-0. Celia Ward, the actress, turned 66. And Beverly Todd, who was in Roots, she is 76 years old today. And that's your birthdays. The 1-0 pitch, swung on and hammered down the left field line, going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. A 1-run shot. We have cut the lead in half. It's 2-1, New York. Austin Riley continues his hot hitting. Absolutely skadooshed it over the wall. And that was a no-doubter. Remember, Riley hit one of his pitches really hard in the first time up. That was the slider. He hung it little inside, and Riley put the barrel to the bat, and it got out in a hurry. How is that man not going to the All-Star game? I would suspect if anybody backs out, he'll be going. The first pitch to Ozuna is a fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Scherzer now at 87 pitches, probably his last inning. The 0-1 delivery is swung on and missed. Slider that Ozuna was way out in front of. It's 0-2. Mets 2, Braves 1, bottom of the 7th inning. Braves getting a little closer. The 0-2 pitch from Scherzer as they set up outside, swing and rips it down the left field line. It is in the corner. It'll get down for a ground rule double. Well, it ricocheted off the wall. Maybe it wasn't ground rule. I thought it got up into the fan section. Left fielder Kanya corralled it. I think he corralled it off the hand of a fan, but regardless, it is a double for Ozuna. He was sitting on that slider and he hammered it. Take a second look at it. The fan's glove just missed it. It probably should have been ruled a ground rule double because it did bounce, go up into the stands, and then come back into play. But anyway, you look at it, Ozuna steads on second. The Braves have life, and Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2 on the night. He swings at the first pitch, and it's a fastball fouled back and out of play. It's 0-1. Eddie Rosario, the 2021 NLCS MVP, chance to come in big here. He's 0 for 2 on the night. Base hit would most likely score. Nemo, by far the best outfielder for the Mets in center. The 0-1 hammered down the right field line, but foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. Rosario shaking his head. He knows he just missed extra bases and tying up the game. Rosario now going to be working with an 0-2 count. See if he chokes up a little bit to try to make some contact here. He asked for time as Scherzer was taking his extra time to get the sign. Warming up in the Mets bullpen, the right-hander, I believe that's Ottavino. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Good block by Nito. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Travis d'Arnaud. Remember, d'Arnaud has been a Mets killer ever since he's come to the Braves. Hasn't done much tonight, but that's not saying much when you're talking about Max Scherzer. Braves would love to get this tied up either this inning or next before having to face Diaz. The 1-2 from Scherzer on the way, swung on and missed strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves cut the Mets lead in half. It's 2-1. We head to the 8th.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man. There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball as the Atlanta Braves trail 2-1. We head to the 8th inning. But life back in Atlanta after Austin Riley's solo shot. Max Scherzer, if he is done for the night, which I would imagine he probably is, he's pitched a heck of a game. He had 7 innings, 9 strikeouts, gave up the 1 home run, 3 hits, 1 earned run. The Braves will send Darren O'Day to the mound. The sidewinder tosses in the first pitch, 78 miles an hour to the left-handed Guillorme, and it's 0-1. J.D. Davis and Jankowski also due up today in this inning. The 0-1 pitch is swung on, and he flips the bat, and I would assume that means it's gone. It is. Darren O'Day does Darren O'Day type things. It's 3-1. Kind of a head scratcher that O'Day would be in with 2 lefties coming into the lineup. Got to wonder how much longer he's going to be with the Braves. He's had a pretty good career, but at 39 years old, he just tends to give up a lot of runs. It was a mid-80s fastball, about letter high and over the dish, went into the chop house. Acuna walked back there to the warning track. I don't even know why he moved. Here's the first pitch to Davis. Davis, who's 0 for 3. Braves now trailing once again by 2 runs. They're going to have to get their bats going. In the bottom of the 8th inning, it's going to be Darno, Harris, and Cano. The 7, 8, 9 hitters for Atlanta tonight. The 0-1, way off the plate outside. It's 1-1. Braves have used quite a bit of their bullpen. I'd say that was a big factor in why O'Day's in there right now. The perfect world, this is not the guy you'd want in there in a 1-run game. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is fouled back against the screen. It's 1-2. Hit you with the scoreboard real quick. The Pirates 5, Marlins 1. Keller was starting tonight for Pittsburgh. That game's in the 9th. Tampa Bay 6-5 over Boston. That game is just in the 6th inning. The 1-2, top of the zone, misses, and it's 2-2. Sox trail the Guardians 8-4 in the 8th inning. St. Louis 6-1 over Philly. That's good news for Atlanta. Texas 5, Oakland 1 in top 5. The 2-2 pitch, swing and grounds it ball over to Riley at third. Riley tosses it across the diamond and gets the easy out. There's one away. Kansas City leads Detroit in the 4th. It's 5-2. They won earlier today, 3-1 over Detroit. And they've gotten going in Colorado. San Diego leads Colorado 4-0 in middle of the 4th. Arizona and San Francisco is about to begin. Cobb and Kelly on the mound out west. The first pitch on the way to Jankowski is a slider right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Mets 3, Braves 1. Spencer Strider's on the hill tomorrow night for Atlanta. The 0-1 pitch, inside, taken for a strike. It's 1-1. Jankowski's 1 for 1 on the night. Remember, he's the one that stuck his arm out there to get hit, and Seagal didn't catch it, so he gave him the free pass. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed, strike two. Fastball right down Main Street. He just missed underneath it. A 1-2 pitch from Darren O'Day. Jankowski at the plate. Nito on deck. Here's the delivery, and he fouls it back against the screen. We'll do it again at 1-2. They keep the damage at just the one run in this inning. The 7, 8, 9 batters are due up in the 8th, which means we will see Acuna, Swanson, and Olsen one more time. Here's the 1-2 pitch, grounded over to third. Riley's got it charging, fires it, and gets the out. There's 2 away. Of course, if you could get anything going in the 8th or the 9th, Riley would be the 7th batter. So we have 6 outs left, and Ozuna would be right after him. Ozuna's been swinging a pretty good bat recently. Riley has just been on fire. Thomas Nino comes to the plate, and he swings and misses at the first pitch. It's 0-1. Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, and Virginia rumored to be heading to the Southeastern Conference in college sports. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed, strike two. It's 0-2. Of course, that's on the heels of UCLA and USC heading to the Big Ten. Feels like we're heading to 2, maybe 3 power conferences in the country where they'll have all the television rights locked up on 3 different conferences. The 0-2 pitch from O'Day is off the plate. Slider misses wide. It's 1-2. One thing you have to keep in mind with the way the bullpen was deployed this weekend, the 1-2 pitch is off the plate, wide, strike ball. It's 2-2. I think Snicker came into this game hoping Freed could eat 7 innings. And when that didn't happen, you're seeing guys that normally would be in the middle innings coming in the end, hoping for the best and getting ready for tomorrow. The 2-2 pitch rifled up the middle. It ricochets off O'Day's leg. Hard charging is Riley. He bare hands it. He guns him down, and that'll end the inning. Thomas Nito wants a challenge, but he was out by at least a step. It's not even close, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to break. When we come back, Darno, Harris, and Robinson Cano coming to the plate.
So is it a problem that I'm not really religious?
Not for me.
Why not?
I'm not the one going to hell.
So, Skip, you've managed in 2,714. Something cool about that number in the minor.
I have
10 towns, 4 levels.
Oh, geez.
And now you're here. How does it feel? It was so cool to see you with that trophy. How did that feel?
No, it's surreal. I said I was always that guy that sat in my living room watching you guys play in the World Series and thinking, man, I would love to be there and experience the euphoria of what it feels like. You know, I just never thought that I'd be one of those guys that got to do this, honestly. And it's really cool. I'm telling you what, it exceeded all my expectations.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Sammy Sosa is one of the legendary home run hitters of the steroid era. He hit 60 home runs in 3 different seasons, but unbelievably didn't lead the league in any of those years. Every year, either Mark McGwire or Barry Bonds had more.
Small boys had admired other players. They worshipped Christy Matthews. He was the perfect hero for his age. He seemed to have sprung from the pages of the dime baseball novels American boys now devoured. Sports writers and fans across the country called him the Christian gentleman. No one did more to improve the reputation of the baseball player, and he did it with style.
Matheson would always wait until just about 10 minutes before game time. Then he'd come in from the clubhouse across the field in a long linen duster like auto drivers wore in those days. And at every step, the crowd will yell louder and louder.
He was a commanding presence on the mound, methodically directing the rhythm and pace of each game. He could throw a ball into a tin cup at pitching range, a player remembered, and he took a scientific approach to his work, carefully cataloging his pitches.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 3-1. As it just so happens, wouldn't it be something if Darnold and Harris were to get on and Cano becomes the hero? We got a long way to go before that. Cano has already made 3 really good defensive plays tonight. Very impressed. The 39-year-old second baseman who can still flash the glove. He's also 1 for 2 on the night. Travis d'Arnaud, normally a Mets killer, swings and misses at the first pitch from Ottavino. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud, rough night tonight, as everyone has had. Max Scherzer, who has been in postseason form. d'Arnaud's 0 for 2 strikeout, line out. I'm sure they're glad to see anybody but Fried. The 0-1 delivery is misses high. It's 1-1. Ottavino's got a 2.76 ERA, 10 walks, 37 strikeouts over 32 innings and 35 appearances. The 1-1 fastball at the knees. It's 1-2. Ottavino looking in to get the sign from Thomas Nido. Nido sets up outside. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just keeps it alive. Fouls it down the first base line. It's 0-1. Good job by Travis d'Arnaud to just get a piece of that. The 1-2 delivery is fastball top of the zone, misses, evens up the count. It's 2-2. We'll see what happens, but Kenley Jansen was scheduled to come off the IL tomorrow. This is the 2-2 pitch is on the way, fastball, and he just sat there and watched it. Strike 3, and that'll end, and there's one away. Kenley Jansen can come off the IL tomorrow. He threw a bullpen today, and those in the know said they thought that was a sign that he was not coming off the IL. I don't understand why that would be. It may be later in the week, but we'll see what happens. More on that tomorrow. Michael Harris is 0 for 2, and he takes the first pitch low for a ball. It's 1-0. Be a huge addition for Jansen to come back. He's been gone for 14 days at this point. Remember, he had the irregular heartbeat that he had the same issue in 2018, just had to take a little bit of a sabbatical. The 1-0 pitch is grounded down the first base line, right into the glove of Alonso. He'll flip it over to Ottavino, who's covering the bag, and there's quickly 2 away. Braves bats have just not been at it today. Scherzer doing Scherzer type things, and Max Fried just could not get his command down had 5 walks on the night and 5 hits. You're not going to win many games, 5 walks, 5 hits through 5 innings. Somehow only kept it to 2 runs. Here's the first pitch to Cano, and it's below the knees, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-0. Cano is 1 for 2 on the night, getting the Braves' first hit. The Braves have only had 3 hits. There's his hit. There's the home run by Riley and the double by Ozuna. The 1-0 to Cano. Slider right there at the knees on the inner part of the plate. It's 1-1. Braves hoping to catch lightning in the bottle, getting Cano for cash considerations yesterday from the San Diego Padres organization. He had been in their AAA affiliate. As that pitch misses wide, and it's 2-1. Jackson Stevens, the right-hander, and Minter, the left-hander, are warming up in the Braves bullpen. Say you're going to see Stevens unless the Braves somehow find a way to grab the lead. The 2-1 is outside, ball 3, 3-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. Cano is trying to get on base any way he can as Acuna represents the tying run. The 3-1 swing and rifled up the middle. It's a base hit for Robinson Cano. He'll hit first and slam on the brakes. And here comes Acuna with a chance to tie the game. 112 miles an hour on the ground. That is a worm burner. Cano, good piece of hitting. And Cano gives a big smile as he does the chop towards the dugout as Heredia tells him, you gotta. He gives a big smile. It's got to feel good for Cano going 2 for 3 against his. Remember, the Mets released him the beginning of May this year. That brings Acuna to the plate. He is 0 for 3, has not looked good tonight against Scherzer, so he's glad to see anybody but him. The first pitch is on the way, and it's way off the plate. It's 1-0. Dansby Swanson stands on deck. Ronald Acuna Jr. been in a bit of a slump for him, batting just 270 now. The Mets are in a shift on Acuna. Alonso's holding the runner. The pitch is outside, look like the slider that misses. 2-0. So anything to the right side should be a base hit. The second baseman's playing well left of the third base of the second base bag, excuse me. And of course, Alonso's holding on Cano. But I think Acuna's got other ideas. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing and just fouled it back out of play. 95 miles an hour. It's 2-1. That looked like one of those pitches that Ronald could really get a hold of. So 2-1 to Acuna with Cano on first. Here's the delivery and slider off the plate, but given the benefit of the doubt by Blue, it's 2-2. Mets 3, Braves 1. Bottom of the 8th inning. Braves still have one more up after this, but a good opportunity here with the tying run in Acuna. They set up outside again. Here's the 2-2 pitch in, swing and fouls it back We'll do it again at 2-2. Acuna doing just enough to stay alive. It feels like Ottavino is going to try to get him with that slider off the plate, just setting him up. So Deuces wild, 2-2, 2 out, down by 2. Here's the delivery, swung on and rifled down the third base line. It's off the glove. Cano's going to round second, head to third. Here comes Acuna, and he'll stop at second. We got runners on second and third. 2 away. The tying runs are in scoring position, and Lieutenant Dan is coming to the plate. That was an absolute scorcher off the bat of Acuna. Honest engine, it was a great job by Escobar to even get a piece of the glove on that play, on that ball. Acuna giving hugs to Lindor and whatnot. The chop going in Atlanta. Mets pitching coach coming out to talk to Ottavino. Would be interesting to see if, let's say, he were to walk Dansby, for instance. Would Ottavino even face Matt Olson? I can't believe that he would. Conversation may have been, don't give Dansby anything. If you got to walk him, walk him. But I don't think there's a guy better to have in this position right now than Dansby Swanson. He's 0 for 3 on the night, but the first pitch is swung on and grounded to short, and he'll fire it over the diamond. Dansby is hustling down the line, and they'll just get him by a half step. Dansby Swanson swung at the first pitch and bangs it into the ground, looked like the sinker, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the 9th inning. Atlanta trails New York. It's 3-1.
You could be like, I'm so sad. And somebody's like, oh, but you're beautiful. I know, I'm depressed, not ugly. Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. was a hitting machine and is, of course, the father of superstar Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But did you know that Vlad Sr. was almost a Dodger twice? He spent 8 months at Dodger facilities as a rookie in 1993, but they decided not to sign him. Then when Vlad was a free agent in 2004, Dodgers went after him again. In fact, the Dodgers were so close to signing Vlad that their executives were congratulating each other for seemingly closing the deal. But he signed with the Angels instead, which is the team that is on his hat in the Hall of Fame.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
In 1905, John McGraw and his Giants won the National League pennant again, and this time, when Connie Mack's Philadelphia Athletics took the American League Championship, he agreed to take them on in the World Series. His decision not to play the year before had cost his players $1,000 each, as much as 1/2 their yearly salaries. Mathewson, who had won 31 games that season, easily deceived the hitters on the Athletics in the series, pitching a record 3 shutouts in 6 days, 27 innings, and not a single run. The greatest pitching performance in World Series history. The Giants easily beat Philadelphia, 4-1. With Christy Mathewson, New York looked unbeatable.
Mathewson was the greatest pitcher who ever lived. It was wonderful to watch him pitch when he wasn't pitching against you, Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 3-1. Had a chance to tie it up there. Dansby Swanson grounded into 6-3 putout. That'll bring Jackson Stevens into the game. Stevens batting 290, a 293 ERA, 20 appearances, 27 innings. The first pitch is a curveball, a little wide, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. Brandon Nimmo is 1 for 3 on the day with a walk, a double, a run scored. 8 home runs, 32 RBI. The 0-1, swing and a miss, strike 2, 95-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe. Tomorrow night, it's Braves and Mets at 7:20 once again, right here. The Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel. Braves Country Baseball will get you going. As the 0-2 pitch misses high, it's 1-2. We'll get going a little early with a little bit of a pregame show and probably about a half hour before first pitch. And it'll be Spencer Strider versus Peterson. The 1-2, swing and foul down the left off the plate and behind the plate. Thought that was actually heading towards left field line, but it got caught up in the netting. Do it again at 1-2. Mets are 47-0 after leading after 8 innings. They're going to be facing Edwin Diaz. The Braves are in the bottom of the 9th. Curveball misses outside. It's 2-2. It's pretty impressive. 47-0. Streaks are made to be broken. The Braves will have Olsen, Riley, and Ozuna due up. The 2-2 misses high fastball. Full count. It's 3-2. Brandon Nimmo asks for time, steps out of the box for a second. The 3-2 wind up in delivery, swing and fouls it over the third base dugout. We'll do it again. Full count at 3-2. Mets 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors. And the 3-2 pitch misses outside, and Stevens loses the leadoff hitter as Nimmo heads down to first. Mets trying to extend the lead, make it a little easier for Diaz. Braves 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. Big plays of the game. Yorme hitting a home run to make it 3-1 after Austin Riley had cut the lead in half to 2-1 with the home run. His was in the bottom of the 7th. Luis's home run was in the top of the 8th. Other than that, there were 2 runs scored in the 3rd. And a shaky outing by Fried. He fought his way through and did give the Braves 5 innings. Jackson Stevens kicks and deals, and it's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball to the left-handed Lindor. This time it's 0-1. Lindor turned around, batting right-handed all night long. Stevens is thrown over to first to keep Nimmo close by a few times. Mets 3, Braves 1, top of the 9th. Nobody out. Runner on first. Jackson Stevens. He kicks and deals, and it is swung on. The runner was going, and it's going to dribble into the outfield. Runners on first and third. Nobody out. Runs coming. Not sure what the Seems like there was some confusion there as Rosario charged in. When he charged in, I think Nemo was trying to bait him into making a throw. Nemo hit third base. I think he thought he might be going, but he was not. So Stevens has really put himself in a bind. He's got runners on the corners, nobody away. And Pete Alonso coming to the plate. Pete Alonso 1 for 4 on the night. The first pitch is swung on and missed. Curveball dropped out of the zone. It's 0-1. Alonso just trying to make contact. I think he's just trying to find a way to dribble one through to get any run. A 3-run lead would be really difficult against Diaz coming in. Runners on the corners. They both got speed. Lindor and Nemo. Stevens looks over to third. He kicks and deals, and it's a curveball off the plate. It's 1-1. Little surprising, the Braves are not playing the infield in. They trail by 2. A ground ball, though you might get a double play, would score a run and put you down by 3 runs. It's a little strange that Snitker's playing it so far back. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball inside, almost clips Alonso. It's 2-1. Yeah, the entire infield is almost on the grass. Any kind of a grounder that's not a comebacker to the mound is going to score a run. The 2-1 delivery from Stevens on the way, swing and a miss, strike 2. Stevens pretty much needs to get either a shallow pop or a strikeout. I don't know if this plays into the fact that Snitker doesn't want a long inning because he doesn't want to wear his bullpen out. He's willing to punt the first game of the series, already trailing by 2, but it's really strange. 3-1 swing and fouled off the leg of Alonso. It's 2-2. It's really strange in a game where you are only a game and a half out of first place that you would play this passive in the 9th inning. Sure, social media will be all abuzz about this. Especially if there's a double play, it scores a run and the Braves score 2 in the 9th. Lose by 1. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and just gets a piece of it. Lindor was going. Fouled back against the screen. We'll do it again at 2-2. Edwin Diaz has been warmed up for a while. He's just kind of standing in the Mets bullpen. You do wonder if they get much more of a lead, if they will have him sit down. If you're going to lose to the Mets, you'd like to see him get some action to at least know that you're not going to see him all 3 or the next 2 days of the series. You might see him one more. The 2-2 pitch, swing and grounded to Riley to third. He's going to shovel it to second, and they're only going to get the force out. The run will score. The Braves trail 4-1. Alonso is safe at first on the fielder's choice. Riley had a hard time getting the ball out of his glove, so it was a slow relay. But what the root cause of the whole thing is, if the Braves are playing their infield in, that would have been a tailor-made grounder to Riley. He could have at least kept the runner from scoring, would have gotten at least Alonso at first. Alonso's being pinch ran, and our old friend Ender Inciarte comes into the game. We know Inciarte still can run. Kanya comes to the plate. Mark Kanya is 1 for 2, 2 walks, a single. It's all said and done. It feels like Snicker punted this game. Really strange and frustrating for the fans. First pitch is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. Of course, if he gets bailed out by some heroic performance of the offense in the bottom of the ninth, it'll all be forgotten and forgiven. The 1-0 pitch from Stevens, he's going to flip it over to first, keep Inciarte close, do it again at 1-0. Inciarte, of course, a longtime Brave. He's been on the Mets roster, bench player for a good portion of the year. The 1-0, swing and a miss. Sinker inside, it's 1-1. Inciarte will probably go play in the outfield. I know at one point Kanya did play first base. I don't know if he still does that. So that could be the game plan for Buck Showalter and the Mets. The 1-1 delivery from Stevens is on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 2. It's 1-2. On deck is Escobar. He's 1 for 4 on the night. Mets 4, Braves 1, top of the ninth inning. Stevens working very slowly. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a curveball outside, ball 2. It's 2-2. Stevens from time to time will come in and work fast tonight. He's just kind of lumbering around. It seems like he works a little slower when there's traffic on the bases. The 2-2 pitch from Stevens. Gixon deals. Fastball, strike him out. Outer edge. Kanya was looking for something inside, and Stevens actually missed his spot. Darnode was set up inside. Kanya couldn't pull the trigger. Pittsburgh did beat Miami tonight. Score was 5-1 in Miami. Rays and Red Sox are having a heck of a duel at 7-5 in the 8th in Tampa. Here's the first pitch on the way, and grounded foul down the first base line. It's 0-1 to Escobar. Escobar 1 for 4 on the night. He's got the runner at first in Ender Inciarte that he's trying to drive in. Inciarte's going. That ball is grounded down the right field line, but just foul. That could have been trouble. Inciarte was off to the races, and that ball could have ended up in the corner. That would have scored another. Matt Olson, Austin Riley, Ozuna, all due up in the Braves 9th. Eddie Rosario, if anything gets going. Braves 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. They've given up another run. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and foul tipped into Darnode's glove. Strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Mets add another run. It's 4-1 New York. The Braves will try to pull off the rally.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Prince Fielder is one of the most memorable home run hitters in the recent past, whose career was unfortunately cut short. His father, Cecil Fielder, was also known for hitting home runs. Cecil finished his career with 319 home runs, and 18 years later, his son Prince also finished his career with 319 home runs.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov.
Alta Weiss was a doctor's daughter from Ragersville, Ohio, who began to pitch for boys' teams at the age of 14. At 17, she joined a men's semi-professional team.
Miss Weiss can easily lay claim to being the only one who can handle the ball from the pitcher's box in such style that some of the best semi-pros are made to fan the atmosphere. The Lorraine Times-Herald.
1,200 people turned out to see her make her professional debut. She gave up only 4 hits and a single run in 5 innings. Soon, special trains were being run out from Cleveland whenever she pitched, and thousands paid to see her play. In 1908, her father bought her a barnstorming semi-pro team, which he renamed the Weiss All-Stars. She eventually put herself through medical school with her earnings, practiced as a physician, and spent her last years sitting on her porch in Ohio, watching children play the game she loved. But it would be 4 decades before women finally got a chance to play in their own professional league.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Dominic Smith is going to come in to play first base, and Aaron Ciarte is going to take to left field as they take Mark Kanya out. And Edwin Diaz comes into the game. 18 of 21 save opportunities. He's got a 1.78 ERA. And Diaz will face Olson. The first pitch is a fastball, misses high, 97 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The Braves could at least make Diaz work quite a bit. That would be a win for Atlanta. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, fouled back against the screen behind home plate. It's 1-1. St. Louis holds on and beats Philadelphia 6-1. So good news for Atlanta. Colorado now just down 2-1 to San Diego's. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Looked like the slider inner part of the plate, which Olson has struggled with today. It's 1-2. He'll throw a slider, a 4-seam fastball. That's pretty much it. The 1-2 swung on and missed. Misses the slider inside. Once again, Olson down on strikes, and there's one away. He throws a hard fastball, and the slider comes off of that. And that's pretty much the guessing game, which is true for a lot of closers. Not many closers have that third dominant pitch. He does know the sinker, but you rarely ever see it. The first pitch is a fastball, 99 miles an hour. It's 0-1. When they're only going to see you once in a game and you can throw 99, there's not really a reason to have that third pitch. Riley 1 for 3 on the night. The 0-1 fastball fouled back out of play, and it's 0-2. He likes to get ahead with the fastball and then get you to chase that slider. And that's where it becomes so difficult. When he's on, Diaz's slider comes off the same plane as the fastball. And it's really difficult to pick up. The 0-2 swing and down the left field line, foul ball. Riley slams his bat on the ground. So he almost had extra bases. Diaz hung a slider up there. We almost had a rally going. Riley get back into the box, down 0-2, and swing and a miss. Strike 3. Slider on the outer part of the plate. 91 miles an hour. And there's 2 away. These same 2 teams back at it tomorrow night. If the Braves can win the series, they'll be a half game back of New York. So though you don't like the fact that you're behind tonight, the big thing was the Braves have picked up a lot of ground recently. And a game like this doesn't feel as do or die. Here's the first pitch to Ozuna. He fouls it back 99 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Eddie Rosario stands on deck with the tying run in the hole of Travis d'Arnaud. So still a long ways to go before the Braves could be threatening. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 99 mile an hour fastball upstairs, top of the zone, and it's 0-2. Diaz with the really fluid motion. Remember, he came over from Seattle and he struggled originally with the Mets. The 0-2 swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the game. The Mets pitched one hell of a game and got contributions from Yarme, Pete Alonso, and of course, Max Scherzer was the dominant force. New York wins at 4-1. We're back at it tomorrow night. Braves, Mets, 7:20 first pitch. Spencer Strider will be on the hill. Thanks for tuning in to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe. We'll see you tomorrow, Braves Country. Braves drop a tough one, 4-1. Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold, they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get another cigarette and please